councillors other than Councillor Richardson are present in the chamber at the moment. Has anyone heard from Councillor Richardson? Okay, I hope he's just running a little bit late. Item 4, declarations of financial or proximity interest or interest affecting impartiality. I've had one declared by Councillor Catalano, an impartiality interest in item 13.2, adoption of the Morrison Road West Local Development Plan, and item C 1.7, the item on the Midland Oval Development. She is a member of the Midland Society. Are there any others, councillors, please? Okay, I'll read them out. I've received one from Councillor Congdon, an item C 3.1, the Community Care Services Review, as he is a committee member. Another one from Councillor Congdon, that's a leave request of absence. One from Councillor Howlett on the same item, C 3.1, Community Care Services Review, as she is a deputy member of the Supporting Community Care Group. The same item from Councillor Paddy Jones, C 3.1. He's a member of the Swan Caring Committee. Thank you. Any others, councillors or staff? Then thank you. Takes us on to item 5, public question time. Questions and answers recorded in the minutes of the meeting may be summarised in accordance with the Local Government Administration Regulations of 1996. Questions and answers marked with an asterisk have been amended either for the purpose of summarising, that is, removing preamble statements, etc., or for editing. Item 5.1, answers to questions which were taken on notice. And there's a question from Mrs. Diana Avino from the Bellevue Residents and Ratepayers Group, and the answer is in the run sheet. Ms. Avino, are you here? No, I'm sure she'll raise any issues coming out of that. Mr. Mark Cantrell asked one question. Is Mr. Cantrell here? Well, the answer is provided, and once again, if there's anything coming out of it, I'm sure he'll let us know. Mr. Bob Baku asked 6 questions, and they've all been answered. Is Mr. Baku here? No, I'm sure he'll let us know if there's anything arising. Which takes us to item 5.2, questions relating to reports contained in the agenda, and item 5.2.1, questions which due notice were given and they were nil. Item 5.2.2, questions without due notice. And I have questions from Mr. Cosmio Caniglio regarding item C 1.1, proposed realignment of the National Freight Route. You here, Mr. Caniglio? Thank you. If you can come forward to the podium. Thank you. When you reach the podium, if you could push the speak button so the red light on the microphone comes on and you can ask your question. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and councillors, I represent the recently reformed Hammer Group that has much wider representation than solely property owners, and I advise that we have placed before you a petition of 579 signatures. Additionally, we have shared the support of the Swan Chamber of Commerce on this matter, and we understand you hold a letter of support from that body towards Councillor Zanino's motion. Furthermore, I am standing here representing those parties, Messrs. Spanik, Kemish, Ascenzo, and myself, in requesting you to again consider the questions put to you at the 6th of July meeting. We again ask the following: will Council consider the interest of all residents, business proprietors, service providers, commuters, shoppers, clients and customers to the critical circumstances of existing and future circumstances of traffic ingress and egress to from the Midland Bellevue business locality? That is the clear objective of Councillor Zanino's motion. Question 2. What is the estimated cost to the City of Swan in placing this motion before the State Government government requesting the state to undertake the review as requested. 3. As a business proprietor located in the area bounded by Road Highway, Clayton Road and Military Road, will you please note at the time of the 2018 MRS Amendment number 13-41, the area impacted by the proposed route was not given adequate consideration. Myself and my fellow business proprietors in that locality will be isolated by that flawed decision, which will lead to a significant loss of business, severe loss in property valuation and no compensation. Council badly erred at that time in supporting the 2018 realignment decision. Can you assure us that you will provide full recognition of our predicament and duly support Councillor Zanina's attempt to correct this wrongdoing? 4. As a business proprietor operating in Robinson Road, and like so many of my neighbours in Edward Street, Ridgeway Road, Kep Close, our business operations have been or remain subject to disruption either by road closures, land reservations, and or forced relocation due to ill considered planning process previously supported by your council. Can your council please address our circumstances and support Councillor Zanino's motion to review the current rail realignment proposal in the hope it will achieve a long-term solution to vehicle access in Midland and Bellevue? 5. I personally operate a business with frontage to Wilden Street. Recent road alterations resulting from the Sale Yard precinct development has further exacerbated vehicle traffic movement problems in Clayton Road. The motion being advanced under Charlie Zanino's name appears as a sound approach to the overall problem of Midland Bellevue traffic problems now and as planned in the future. Surely a review is warranted. Additionally, Mr. Mayor and councillors, I ask you to note, A, that if the national rail freight route is relocated following this request for a review, that the opportunity to establish an urban rail service to a new Bellevue station is enhanced. Furthermore, that at NS Road, access to a new Bellevue station would be possible with the extension of Henkin Street off Clayton Road, together with pedestrian cycleway under rail access for the Bellevue residential area. C, additionally, with appropriate road design that a best possible option to the closure of Robinson Road could emerge. Charlie Zanino's motion opens the option for many sound features to emerge for Bellevue. Mr. Mayor and councillors, please provide your full support to Councillor Zanino's well-considered motion to request a review by the state government of the interrelated rail realignment proposal and Midland-Bellevue's overall traffic problems existent now and to become much worse. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions, Mr. Coniglio. I'll try and answer the first 5. Will council consider all those particulars? Yes, that's incumbent on all councillors. Item 2, or question 2, the estimated cost of writing the letter will be minimal. Will be just staff drafting a letter and sending it if the motion is carried. And questions 3, 4 and 5, I can't tell you the answer. That's a decision for council to make. So hopefully later tonight you'll have that answered for yourself. That's a determination and a decision of council to make, so I can't preempt what the council decision will be. The rest of your time I took as a public statement and not as questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other members in the public gallery who wish to ask a question on an item on the agenda? Okay, I've got a gentleman standing first. If you can come forward. So this is an item on the agenda. If you could state your name and ask your question, please. Just push the button so the red light comes on.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you. Your name, sir?
My name is Arthur Storm. I live at 2 May Street in Bellevue. And how many questions can I ask?
5, thank you.
5. I really only came with one important question, but one thing I wanted to correct Mr. Coniglio on was that when the vote was taken on the 6th of July on the earlier motion, the motion didn't contain any direction as to where another rail line could be east of the Roe Highway. It just requested traffic
Well, if I could
investigation.
ask you a question, thanks, Mr.
Okay.
Storm.
That's fine. My question is for Councillor Zanino on item C11. Last week I received some communication in my mailbox at number 2 Main Street in Bellevue from the Hammer Group with a membership invitation. There was also a notice of your motion and a map of a possible Blue Route 2022. If it is appropriate, I would like to ask Councillor Zanino to explain your association, if any, with the Hammer Group in relation to your motion C11 for consideration tonight.
Councillor Zanino, if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Storms. Thank you for the question. To be quite blunt, I have no association whatsoever with the Hammer Group. I have not attended any meetings and have had no contact. So that's all I can say.
Well, I'll ask another question. Gavin Troy seemed to have drafted up the first application, and this appears to have something to do with the Hammer Group in as much as they are promoting your motion tonight in a letter that I received dated September the 10th, I think. So you don't know who they are?
The only person that I've spoken to, and I don't know if he's a member of the Hammer Group, is Gavin Troy. And he's the only person that I've had any contact with. And I don't know what else you want.
Well, did he declare that he had any interest in the Hammer Group?
I don't know. I've never asked him.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Storm. I just want to clarify one point. I just want to ask Councillor Zanino, I think you phrased it in part of your question. Councillor Zanino, have you, as part of your motion, put any lines on a map or any possible route, or does it relate to your motion in any possible way?
Absolutely not. I've had no input on any maps whatsoever, because I don't think that a map is warranted at this particular point in time, because no one can foresee the future and we don't know what is going to come out of it. So to me, I have had no input whatsoever.
I didn't allude to the fact that he had anything to do with the diagram, but there is a description of a route on Part C of this motion tonight that indicates at the least that it will be east of the Roe Highway, which is not where it's presently located for the current accepted route.
Thank you, Mr. Storm.
Thank you.
Mr. Irwin, I thought I saw your hand go up. If you'd like to come forward to the podium and ask your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions are linked to item C1.7. Are all councillors aware that at the Midland Oval Reference Group meetings in the late 90s and into this century, senior staff shouted down community members who spoke for retention of the Oval, and that this reveals that senior staff were driving an agenda for at least the last 25 years to destroy Midland Oval and turn it into a shopping centre. 2, are all councillors aware that the MORM was developed in camera by a secret committee over a 5-year period, and that the original design was prepared by an architect in Melbourne employed by the Vicinity Group, showing a shopping centre built on Midland Oval, and that this design was signed off by an MOI in 2011 between the Vicinity Group for Midland Gate, the WAPC, and the City of Swan. Are all councillors also aware that community views to retain the Oval and Velodrome have never been considered as options in any of the questionnaires put forward? And subsequent to that point, has there been a review of the MORM as required by the Sunset Clause? And does this review include the option of retention of approximately 4 hectares of land representing the original recreation ground reserve as a central park? Finally, when will the community see these options put up as part of this review? And when will the community have input into the options, the alternatives for the review as required under the review for the Sunset Clause failure to achieve the financial goals of the MORM? Thank you.
Thank you. If you could table those questions, I'll have to take them on notice. Thank you, Mr. Irwin. I don't know if there's any senior staff here that were here 25 years ago. I know there's a couple of councillors may have been, but the question was about senior staff. So if you could give us a copy of those questions, we'll respond in due course and they'll be in the minutes of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Moving, any other questions from the public gallery? Then we'll move to item 5.3, other questions. 5.3.1, questions of which due notice has been given, there are nil. 5.3.2, questions without due notice, and the following people have registered to ask a question. So Mrs. Viola Maripodi regarding emu swamps in Belladura. Mrs. Maripodi, you in the audience? Thank you. The microphone's on, so if you could ask your questions, please.
Okay, tonight I've only just got the one quick question, but can I reply on the questions that I asked last month and the reply that you gave me? But firstly, my question for tonight is, Emu Swamp is a listed Aboriginal site. Your very own website states, and I quote, "The Belladura area, particularly Emu Swamp and the surrounding wetlands, was used by the Aboriginal people for thousands of years as a source of fresh water and a hunting ground," end of quote. Yet recently, the city constructed a large winding vehicle access way through this conservation category wetland, removing bushland. So my question is, was the city required to seek approval from the EPA and the Aboriginal Heritage Planning Department before doing this? And if so, did you?
I'll have to take that question on notice and I'll get back to you in writing.
Okay, well, the other questions from last month that you took on notice, virtually you didn't answer them. The only answer you gave me was that I cannot accept it, is that the access way, the track was built so that the vehicles doing the work of cutting down the non-native eucalyptus trees could have an access way. In actual fact, the vehicles doing the work went in there without a track. They actually went in there, they cut the trees down, they mulched them and then made the track and lined the track. So you're putting the cart before the horse.
Well, I've got no personal knowledge of that. I'll have to refer to staff and get back to you. Thank you.
So they all stand. All my last questions stand, including this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public gallery who wish to ask a question on any other item that's not on the agenda? Being no further question. Sorry, I didn't see your hand. You can come to the microphone and state your name and ask your question. Thank you.
Members of the council, my name is Bob Wright. I have a factory at 26 Robinson Road in Bellevue and 18 Robinson Road, Bellevue. And we've asked the Shire now, because Robinson Road apparently is going to be closed, we still haven't been advised. We've also now asked that lights be put at Ferguson Street and Great Eastern Highway. This will enable people not to be killed, because there are going to be more and more and more accidents on these roads. And I'd like to know why the Mayor said we can't have lights at Ferguson Street.
Thank you for your questions, Mr. Wright. The decision to close Robinson Road is a state government decision, not a City of Swan decision. And main roads have complete control on where traffic control lights go, not myself. So I'm even unaware of a request for traffic lights to go into that at that intersection. So being unaware, I could never refuse it, but it's not my role or responsibility. I'd ask if you could contact the city tomorrow so I can get the appropriate staff to follow up with your concerns about the intersection of Ferguson and Great Eastern Highway, and follow up with the Transport Department or the Minister's Office about the proposed closure of Robinson Road, which is a decision that the city asks not happen, but it's not our decision.
Yes, I'm aware of that, but we did put up through your engineering for those lights to be put through, and I got an answer back that you actually objected to them.
Mr. Cope, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the advice that I understand has been provided is that Main Roads are undertaking a Great Eastern Highway access study in relation to that intersection, and we're expecting the results of the findings of that sometime this month or next month. I'm certainly not aware of any advice that the Mayor has said that lights can't be provided. It's certainly, as the Mayor's outlined, it's certainly not a decision that the Mayor could possibly make, and I'm not aware of that advice, but I'm happy to follow it up if you can provide me some further background on it.
I'll send you the email that I got from the council.
Thank you. Can you CC me a copy as well?
Yep.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
attendance and your questions. I'll ask again, are there any other members in the gallery who wish to ask any question on any item not on the agenda? Being no further questions, item 6, public statement time. Registration for public statements is required to be submitted by 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 2nd of November, 2022. 6 people have registered to make public statements. Each person will be allowed 2 minutes. However, I've had one person contact me very late this afternoon. They can't make it. So the first person is Mrs. Carol Farrell, relating to item 4.8, the State Administrative Tribunal request to reconsider the proposed tavern, Action Road, Malaga. Thank you, Carol. You'll have 2 minutes. Is Carol here? Okay. That's 2 minutes we've saved, and I'll now ask Mrs. Marlene Harvey to come forward and speak for 2 minutes on the item C 3.1, Community Care Services, expression of interest. Thank you. Thank you, Marlene. If you can push the button so the red light comes on. And you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Councillors. My name is Marlene Harvey. I reside in Balladura, and I have been a registered client of the City of Swan for the past 5.5 years. During that time, I've been a regular user of the services that are provided by your community care services staff. I want you all to know that I and many other older people known to me are so grateful for the staff members and the wonderful group of volunteers have been available to help me stay connected with newfound friends since my husband passed away. I am a member of the Tuesday Troopers outing group, and I and all the others thoroughly enjoy being taken out each month. The staff and volunteers pick me up and the others from our homes and take us to the parks and nice places for morning tea, heading to a tavern for lunch. We buy our own lunch there, and then they take us home each individually. I'm a regular user of the Friday shopping bus. The volunteer drivers look after our every need, making sure we convey safely to the shopping centres and back to our homes. They carry our bags to the front door. They are just wonderful. I enjoy being picked up from home and taken to Balladura Senior Centre, where I play bingo each week. I am taken to the Swan Care Centre in Midland, where I catch up with other clients and participate in activities during the day. Again, the staff and the volunteers are simply wonderful. Mr. Mayor, councillors and senior members of staff, you can be very proud of the staff and the volunteers who deliver these services on your behalf. I urge you not to outsource the services, as no one will be able to replace what we currently have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and your timing is impeccable. The next speaker I have listed is Mr. Mike Maddich, but I can't see Mike in the gallery. Is Mr. Maddich here? No. The next person I've listed for a deputation is Mr. Mikhail Debasi, also on item C1.7, Midland Oval redevelopment. Thank you, Mr. Debasi.
It's a bit of a problem not following Mike. My name is Michele DiBiase. I address this chamber as a resident who was born just up the road from here in Old West Midland Hospital 70 years ago. I've seen a lot of change in the last 60 plus years, of which I've been an active participant as a City of Swan ratepayer for over 50 of those years, hopefully contributing towards where Midland now stands. This morning I visited my local GP at North Street Medical and took the opportunity to visit the Midland Oval site and see how my old stomping ground has been transformed from the neglected, derelict site that it was to a fantastic and beautiful location designed for young and old combined. I was impressed enough to walk the area twice, and even then, there is much that I've probably missed. Now, for those who have put the effort in, as a representative of what I call the silent majority, I would like to take this opportunity to thank those past and present councillors who, in conjunction with the City of Swan staff, have tirelessly put in the time and effort to make this outstanding development a reality for the benefit of the people of Midland and the ratepayers. I know that from social media posts that this has been difficult for many of you, as you have been faced with enormous opposition from a smattering of councillors, ratepayers and professional protesters. To have reached this milestone, but in the advancement of what was a sleepy railroad junction where I and other kids used to watch the steam trains and skip along with horse and carts, to be what's going to be a prosperous hub of the CBD is a testament to you guys all. It is a testament to you guys all for the effort you put in. And even though, as we know, the silent majority never show up, they never actually make a noise except when it comes to voting times, but they are clapping what you guys have done. They're applauding what you guys have done. Midland is looking far, far better now than it ever did, especially in the last 10 years or so. But I've got a bit of a problem.
You have 15 seconds, thank you.
Oh, well, my problem is that I've spent $107,862 on rates and taxes and discounts in the last 4 years, and I don't see much happening. I want Midland development to go ahead. I want it to happen. I spend the money, I need a result. And every ratepayer like myself expects a result.
Thank you. That's your allotted time. I've been advised Mr. John Gangel can't make this evening, so the next speaker will be Mr. James Pollard on the same item. Thank you, Mr. Pollard. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. I speak in favour of Councillor McCulloch's motion tonight and congratulate her on showing some courage in putting this to council and for her efforts to bring this issue to a head and seek a resolution to the deadlock this council faces over this issue. Councillors, it's time to move forward with this. I spoke at the last council meeting I've had email communications with many of you in the past couple of weeks, and I've made representations to several of you in person while out and about in the area. I've previously outlined a chronology of delay and frustration that's occurred over the past 4 years, and I take this opportunity to point out also that it's actually been going on for longer than that. Anyway, following that chronology of events, as mentioned in my opening, we're at the end of the latest tactic in delaying the endorsed MORM, the workshop. I also understand that the workshop was triggered by a motion to invoke a sunset clause in the business plan, a cynical move to stop the MORM by meddling with the funding of it. I also understand that this has resulted in a number of alternative plans to develop the OVA, which to my mind were not directly addressing the issue of the method of funding. But this is now a moot point as the workshops have now been run, and as I understand it, nothing particularly conclusive has come of this. More waste, more delay. I also understand that delaying the MORM is costing me, us, the ratepayers, millions of dollars in costs and lost opportunities. And as I understand it, the one point that did come out of your workshop was that despite the options presented, the one that rated the highest in actual numbers of support was yet again option 1 of the MORM, again. And I'll leave it to council to mull over the results of that. Moving on though, tonight is about you as councillors making a decision. Whatever the naysayers say or how they present their biased arguments on how they have delayed the MORM to date and how they intend to continue doing this moving forward is not where the focus should be tonight. Tonight is about making the decision, again, to do it or to not do it.
You have 15 seconds.
This has gone on for too long. Councillors, I implore you, take a side tonight. Don't accede to any alternative motions to delay any further. Give the community in the City of Swan the guidance it needs on this. If it's a hard decision that needs to be made, tonight is the night to make it. Vote to move forward with the MORM and support the motion.
Thank you. And the last person to make a public statement is Ms. Francesca Irwin. Thank you. On the same item. And once again, Francesca, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, councillors and Swan staff. In further objection to motion C17, Council put the contentious and unpopular 2018 MORM on hold, and councillors went behind closed doors for an independently facilitated process to resolve the way forward, since there's been no report or options provided. I respected that was a confidential process. Suddenly, the same 2018 MORM is back up as a motion. That's the very one that caused a massive outpouring of community rejection. Looks and feels embarrassing and rude. The only reference to community interest regarding this motion is your survey, perhaps reflected by its incredibly poor completion rate of 12%. That survey was difficult to use, didn't even have an option to keep the park as a park. And anyway, that survey is minor compared to the enormous amount of tangible contra feedback provided to council, perhaps none better survey than a council election mandate. All the elected Midland Guildford councillors stood on an anti-MORM platform of oval retention. The candidate who ran in support of the MORM in 2019 came second last out of 6. So he didn't have a mandate, still doesn't. A huge amount of other contra-MORM support to council has been filmed, documented and recorded. It's a shame, for example, that 1,000 individual cards presented to council in 2018, for example, never got a council reaction. Do we need to do it again? Finally, future-proofing. Sadly, for terrible reason, recently many people have had cause to be on the Oval. Media reported up to 2,000 people crowded there on Monday. We are a major regional centre. We need to be able to deliver for all sorts of large-scale events. Wheat Park is like a suburban pocket park, demonstrably not big enough. Never mind Midland's projected population growth. So amongst a range of lose-lose options, lose-lose issues, the MORM fails to accommodate current and future demographic needs. If the motion passes or fails tonight, likely it will be by a very narrow margin one way or the other, something no local government should have on its watch for such a significant long-reaching project. Currently, the MORM is a lose-lose and the council's reputation is embarrassed and tarnished until it's sorted out.
Thank you. That's your allotted time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. That takes us to item 7, petitions. Councillor Bowman, I believe you have one.
I do, Mr Mayor, and I'd like to present this on behalf of Sean Hughes. We, the underside, say that the opening of the new Brook Lane Shopping Centre and the ongoing residential growth in areas surrounding Aveley Secondary College has caused a significant increase in traffic. We're concerned about safe passage across the Broadway for our children and the broader community. We demand an urgent assessment and the installation of a crosswalk. And it's 55 hard copy signatures and 460 online, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Budovnik, I believe you've got a petition to present.
This petition is from Jerry Ludwig, and he's the owner of the Westy Cafe on the Woodbridge Riverside Regional Play Space. And the petition reads, "We, the undersigned, request the City of Swan to provide additional parking for the Woodbridge Riverside Park and Play Space facility to allow access, especially during weekends and school holidays, for canoeists, walkers and park users. The current lack of adequate parking is affecting recreational enjoyment for local residents, visitors to the City of Swan, and many of those with special needs for whom the park was intended. Overflow parking would be a good temporary solution." And this petition has 509 signatures.
Thank you. Now, on those two petitions, I'll need a resolution for them to be accepted to go to the CEO for a report, come back to a future council meeting. So you're moving that way, Councillor Parry, and seconded Councillor McCulloch. Is there anyone against? Be no one against, I declare those. Now, I've been advised that Mr. Gavin Troy was going to present a petition on behalf of the Hammer Group. I can't see Mr. Troy, but has anyone else got that petition? Oh, it's already been presented. Thank you. I'll have to have a quick look at it, councillors, because it may be something we need to consider tonight. So this is addressed to the Chief Executive Officer, City of Swan. Petition in support of Councillor Zanino's motion. City of Swan Ordinary Council Meeting, 2nd of November. Agenda part, item C 1.1, rail route and Bellevue Midland traffic issues. And please find a petition in support of Councillor Zanino's motion signed by 579 petitioners. If anyone wants to see that petition, I'm happy to hand it out, but it may form part of your consideration, or should form part of your consideration on that item tonight. Thank you. On that one, no, I think we just have to take it into consideration as part of that. It doesn't have to, we have to deal with that item tonight. Thank you, councillors. Are there any other members of the gallery or councillors who wish to submit or present a petition? There's nil. Takes to item 8, deputations. And deputations listed on the agenda were heard at last week's agenda forum held on the 26th of October. And it takes us to item 9, announcements by the presiding member. And Councillor Congdon, the Deputy Mayor, has an announcement. Thanks, Councillor Congdon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors and staff and those in the gallery, the recovery from the Wooroloo bushfire has been challenging and is ongoing. I would again like to acknowledge the efforts of many of the community, non-for-profit and government agencies who through collaboration and partnership have supported the community's recovery. These efforts were recently acknowledged through the numerous awards being received across several categories of the Resilient Australia Awards 2022. The city was acknowledged for its work supporting a number of organisations that won awards for the residential clean-up and establishment of ongoing work of the Gidgee Men's Shed. The city was also a joint winner with the Shire of Mundaring on an award for the 12 months on exhibition of community art, capturing the impact and recovery by the community from the devastating fires. I would like to thank all those involved in these projects and acknowledge the work of the recovery team who continue to support the community recover from the Wooroloo bushfires. And that is one of the awards, Mr. Mayor and councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Congdon. Councillors, in the event that we don't finish all the items on this agenda tonight, I'll be seeking a resolution to adjourn this meeting to next Wednesday, the 9th of November at 6 p.m. before the conclusion of this meeting. And I advise there are 4 items of priority which need to be determined tonight. 2 are in the on-block area, so hopefully we'll get taken care of those, and 2 are not. The last thing under item 9, announcements by the presiding member. Councillors and all, in the past 5 days, 2 separate remembrance vigils have taken place at Weir Park, Midland, to commemorate and honour the life of Cassius Turvey. As a sign of respect to Cassius and his family, could I please respectfully request everyone in the chamber to stand for 1 minute silence. Thank you, everyone. Rest in peace, Cassius, forever 15. Councillors, that takes us to item 10, members' questions, and 10.1, answers and questions which were taken on notice. They're nil. 10.2, questions of which due notice has been given. Councillor Johnson, you had 6 questions. Are there anything arising out of those answers?
No, Mr Mayor. Thank the staff for the very good answers.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman, you had 7 questions, and all those questions have been taken on notice, and the responses will be forthcoming. Item 10.3, questions of which due notice has not been given. Are there any councillors who have any questions? Thank you. Thank you. That takes us to item 11, leave of absence. I've got one recorded. Councillor Howlett is seeking leave of absence from the 4th to the 13th of November 2022 inclusive. And I've got several more. Councillor Jones is seeking leave of absence from the 3rd of November to the 13th of December inclusive. Councillor Congdon from the 15th to the 25th of November, and again on the 29th of November to the 6th of December. Myself from the 23rd of December to the 10th of January, and Councillor Henderson from the 24th of November to the 29th of November inclusive. I need a resolution. Thank you, Councillor. Moved Councillor Parry, seconded Councillor Zanino. Is there anyone against those leave of absence? You've got another one. You know the dates, Councillor Richardson? So the 8th, 9th and 10th of November inclusive. Thank you. Are you happy to accept that is in your motion, Councillor Parry and Zanino? Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I'll declare those carried. Thank you. That takes us to item 12, councillors, confirmation of the minutes, and 12.1, confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council held on the 5th of October 2022. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Move Councillor Congdon, seconded Councillor McCulloch. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare that carried. That takes us to item 13, any business left over from the previous meeting. And 13.2, adoption of the Morrison Road West Local Development Plan. It's on page 15 of your agenda. And I have a proposed motion by Councillor Howlett. Over to you, thank you, Councillor Howlett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so I propose that this is the adoption of Morrison Road West Local Development Plan. I propose that the council resolve to 1, defer the adoption of the advertised draft Morrison Road West Precinct Local Development Plan under Schedule 2, Part 6, Clause 52 of the Local Planning and Development Regulations 2015 until such time as traffic impacts from the forthcoming relocation of the Midland train station and the accompanying road closures related to it can be assessed, and any impacts on the MRWP LDP proposed road and traffic flow changes are understood. And 2, record the reason for changing the officer's recommendation is that there are existing major traffic issues in Midland. The implications from the relocation of the Midland train station on traffic movements needs to be understood before approving the local road network changes, which are the key feature of the Morrison Road West Local Development Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Johnson. Is there anyone against? You wish to debate it? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Howlett. You have 5 minutes to open your debate.
Thank you. The intent of the Morrison Road West Precinct Local Development Plan is primarily for the amalgamation of lots, allowing for sufficient development intensity considered appropriate by the overarching document being the Midland Activity Centre Structure Plan. Councillors, a lot has changed since the adoption of the Midland Activity Centre Structure Plan, and the key change being that the Midland train station is no longer going where we thought it was going, at Cale Street. Instead, the new location will see it moved 300 metres. It will see the closure of another Midland road being Helena Street and the creation of a new rail crossing at Cale Street. The amalgamation of the lots includes minimising vehicle access to and from the properties fronting Morrison Road. Primary vehicle access from those amalgamated lots will be along Poynton Avenue, Byers Road and William Street, and this is where my concern lies. Through no fault of the careful planning by the City of Swan staff, the overarching document, being the Midland Activity Centre Structure Plan, no longer Okay, this is better. So through no fault of the careful planning by the City of Swan staff, the overarching document, the Midland Activity Centre Structure Plan, no longer meets several of the key stated objectives due to the Midland train station's final new destination. The document was created believing Helena Street didn't close, Robinson Road didn't close, Clayton Street Salyards precinct didn't exist, and the Lloyd Street Bridge followed the original planned path. Logically, we can expect changes to the traffic flow in Midland once the station and the new bus interchange have moved. So I propose that before we approve this local development plan and push the projected traffic from the what will be high density population of Morrison Road West Precinct along the small inner roads of Poynton Avenue, Byers Road and William Street, that we defer its approval so we can fully understand the effects on road usage. We owe it to everyone that lives, commutes and drives through Midland not to add to the congestion and local traffic issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, this local plan has a result of making an assumption that Morrison Road is going to be significantly wider and that it's going to be upgraded. The effect of that on the houses is that one particular house at the junction of Byers Road and Morrison Road, which is an iconic heritage building, would inevitably have to be demolished or potentially some other solution come up with to retain that building. Because we don't actually have, or I've never seen, a plan for the revised Morrison Road, I don't think we can approve it. So since I've been on council, I've been told there's going to be a roundabout at the junction of Morrison Road and William Street, but I've never actually seen a plan for that. I've been told Morrison Road is going to be a dual carriageway, but I've never seen a plan for that. I've been told Morrison Road is going to be disconnected from the Roe Highway, but I've never seen a plan for that, and that seems to change quite a bit. And then there was the underpass that was going to be where Morrison Road was going to go underneath the train line, where Morrison Road meets with Great Eastern Highway. But I've never seen any document that actually supports any of this. So it appears that this plan is based upon all these changes, but this council's never been given a document that explains the future design of Morrison Road. So therefore, until such a time as we have received that document, presumably from the state government, and I noticed that Google Earth, when I'm using its direction finding facility, refers to Morrison Road at that point as National Highway number 1. That's right across the whole of Australia. So it's a significant road, but we've never received any kind of plan for it. So until such a time as we receive that plan, we cannot commit to a local area plan that would result in widening the road and demolishing significant heritage buildings. So I think Councillor Howlett is absolutely right. The very best thing to do is to defer this until such a time as the traffic impacts are understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just read the CEO's statement, paragraph 2 and paragraph 3, which says, whilst the traffic issues in Midland are appreciated, the adoption of the DMR-WPLDP is not related to any proposed road and traffic flow changes from the forthcoming relocation of the Midland train station and the accompanying road closures. It reflects the already accepted road widening as approved in the Midland Activity Centre structure plan and local planning scheme. The process to do away with the road widening, if ever so determined, will be through a modification of the local planning scheme. Not having the local development plan adopted will therefore not remove the already existing requirement to provide for the road widening. Therefore, we must support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion, Councillor Catalano.
I think that I'm going to add to the confusion because this development plan in the officer's report says that the officer's report says that it's actually informed by the Midland Regional Strategic Centre scheme, which is in the LPS, and by the Cardno report of 2015. The Regional Strategic Centre scheme has the road widening, but if you have a look at the Cardno report, they identify that that part of Morrison Road is going to have significantly less traffic in future, and that's because they anticipate that traffic is going to come from Guildford via the bypass over Lloyd Street, and because there's going to be an overpass. Morrison Road is going to be an overpass at Roe Highway. So why have we got the road widening in the LPS, and why have we got the road widening in this development plan? And it is significant because the justification for this development plan is that the traffic coming out of this high-density development, proposed high-density development in this development area, can't go onto Morrison Road because of increases in traffic. That's what the officer's report says, actually. But that's not correct. The Cardno report, 2015, found quite the opposite. So there you go. The fundamentals aren't right. We're making decisions about development plans when the fundamentals are absolutely confused. Now, we've already heard about how things have changed, how the Midland Regional Strategic Centre scheme, which is in the LPS, is no longer fit for purpose because of the relocation of the train station away from Cale Street, because of the proposed closure of Helena Street, because we don't know, the future of the Lloyd Street Bridge is uncertain, and because of the overdevelopment and congestion on Clayton and Lloyd Street. And yet we're going ahead now with a proposal for high density in the town centre to distribute traffic onto 19th century and early 20th century residential roads in the inner city. This is crazy. You have got to get your fundamentals right before you approve development plans. I want to say, in 2015, the Supreme Court said, to quote, "To be orderly and proper, planning must be disciplined, methodical, logical, and systematic, not haphazard or capricious. And these principles cannot be lightly departed from without the demonstration of a sound basis for doing so, which itself is grounded in planning, law, and principle." The fundamentals are not sound, but this proposal is going to adversely impact on the amenity of the residents in these small suburban heritage streets by increasing congestion and traffic, by impacting on the heritage that exists there. This is an issue for us to consider. Furthermore, this development plan, because it proposes more traffic in the inner city centre, is inconsistent with state planning policy 4.2, whereby high density in these strategic centres is supposed to be based around public transport use and not car use or car transport use in the city centres, in the activity centres. So what are we doing with this plan? This plan is inconsistent right across the board. This has got to go back, and we've got to get some proper traffic studies done about how that traffic is going to impact on the centre of Midland. And this goes as far as Spring Park Road, because that traffic, if it can't egress onto Morrison Road from that high density apartments, is going to have to go end up on William Street at one way on either end. So that means more traffic is going to decant into Spring Park Road. I mean, more traffic. This is exactly what the state planning policies are trying to avoid. People who live in activity centres use public transport. That's what the high density is for. High density living in the activity centre based around the use of public transport.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. That's your time. Speaker against the motion. Any other speakers for or against the motion? Being no further speakers, before I let you have your right of reply, Councillor Howard, I intend to enter the debate. Speaking against your motion, I'll ask the Deputy Mayor to take control of the meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Councillors, as been pointed out, the deferral of this the draft Morrison Road West Local Precinct Development Plan has got nothing to do with the road widening or the traffic congestion. It states it clearly in the CEO's statement before you. But when I go back and look at the report on page 16 and 15, I'll just read out a couple of the key issues that Council resolved to defer this item back in September 2020 to undergo the assessment of several properties affected. So the reason we originally deferred this item is so we could have some heritage assessments done on some houses. The 13 affected properties in the local development plan were assigned with either a management category 3 or 4. The heritage designation will not impact on either the preferred access locations identified or the potential lot amalgamations identified in this draft LDP. In fact, the fragmented land holdings with small lots in multiple ownership restrict the opportunity for potential of amalgamation to achieve the maximum development potential. And that's what we've been required to do by the state, is to have higher density in this particular part. So primary vehicle access to busy Morrison Road and the lack of pedestrian-friendly pathways. This plan will help go to ease those issues. I'm now referring to page 18 of the report, and this is in relation to the September 2020. It is important to note that the road widening is not introduced by the Morrison Road West Local Development Plan. It simply reflects what is already specified within the local planning scheme number 17. The road widening is therefore a separate issue that cannot be addressed under the Morrison Road West Local Development Plan. Removing it from the LDP will not change the current legal status of being a gazetted road widening under the city's local planning scheme. There are a few properties to have proposed access from Morrison Road, and the city has noted the support of the Morrison Road West LDP objectives from one of the key multiple landowners within the precinct, and therefore I think that the deferral of this will get us nowhere. We need to move forward, and we've already had one deferral to assess heritage houses, and it's time to move forward with this. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Councillor Congdon. Back to you. Thank you, Councillor Howlett. You have 5 minutes for your right to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My motion doesn't mention anything about the widening of Morrison Road. My motion is really about the traffic-related issues that are going to arise with the closure of Helena Street, the new bus interchange, and the traffic movements that we're going to be experiencing in Midland coming up. So I just want to be clear that that's what my motion relates to. The traffic in Midland currently is really difficult. We all know that it's one-way streets everywhere. If we go ahead with the current plan without understanding how the new road network will change with the Cale Street crossing and the closure of Helena Street and Robinson Road and the bus movements from the bus port, the bus interchange, then I think I think we owe it to the people that travel through Midland and live in Midland and work in Midland and drive through it to actually try and be part of the solution, not part of the problem when it comes to putting more traffic down small streets, one-way roads with left-only exits. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. Those in favour? I have Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Knight and Councillor Richardson, which is 5. The motion is lost. I'm seeking a resolution. You're moving the officers. Oh, okay. So there's 5 against, which means there are 9 for. If you just raise your hand so I can get it recorded. So 4 is Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch, which is 9. You're moving the officer's recommendation, Councillor Parry. Moved Councillor Parry, seconded Councillor McCulloch. Is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Don't wish to debate, or I'm just going to put the motion in. Those in favour? I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch. That is 9, and all the others were against, being Councillors Johnson, Howlett, Catalano, Knight and Richardson. The motion is carried. Thank you. That's the officer's motion. Sorry. That takes us to item 13.8, annual review of the city's delegation register. It's on page 45 of the agenda. And Councillor Bowman, you have a proposed motion. Thank you.
I do, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to combine my motion with Councillor Johnson's motion. So if you just bear with me, it would be 1, adopt the officer's recommendation with the following amendment. Council remove delegation 1, tender review committee. 2, increase the delegation limit to accepting tenders to the CEO in delegation 2 from 1 million to 5 million. Change the delegation of authority register 2022 as follows: to delete section F and conditions of delegation, sub-delegation on page 106 of the agenda, page 55 of the register. Section removed in the delegations to making recommendations to the Joint Development Assessment Panel on Joint Development Assessment Panel application for warehouse office and showroom office development, commercial and industrial zones. Record the reasons for that. Is a combination of the reasons that I had in my motion and also what Councillor Johnson had in his motion. Hopefully I haven't confused anyone too much there.
Okay, I just want to make sure the minute clerk has it right before I put it to the council. When you say it's a combination of reasons, I just want to make sure they adequately reflect what you wish. Just need to confirm what part of Councillor Johnson's motions they need to go on. It's a 6 and a 7. So we added those in for reason. What's that? So they just go on. Yeah, that's what we're getting sorted now. You just bear with us for a moment while we get it right on the blackboard, and I'll make sure Councillor Bowman and Johnson are happy to proceed. Have you seen that? You happy with that, Councillor Bowman? Happy with that, Councillor Johnson as the seconder?
Slight editing.
Councillor Johnson's reason on the new numbers
Yeah.
6 and 7, not A and B.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, it should be 6 and 7. So you're both happy with that now, Councillor Bowman and Councillor Johnson? Okay, I'll ask the question, is there anyone against? You wish to debate it?
I'd like to say a few words, yes, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Bowman, you have 5 minutes to open your debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, we've done a lot of work on delegations. It was me that brought a number of those to the attention previously. I've suggested delegations perhaps we needed. Staff said we rarely use it. So haven't included those. That will mean those items will need to come back to council every time. There have been some other changes in those delegations. I asked for the track changes. Hopefully everyone, councillors had a look at those track changes because there have been other changes that's been put in there since we've discussed it. However, there was one councillor that I couldn't let go. And it was actually the one about tenders. And it was actually because it was changed by a previous notice motion submitted by me in March and supported by a council resolution. And it's now back again how it used to be, albeit with a little bit of justification provided. Why? I don't know. And who has recommended this? Don't know. Well, let me remind councillors, this was a decision made 13-2, with only councillors Congdon and Parry the only councillors against. In the tender one now, the condition of delegation was that variance greater than 10% over pre-estimated value are to be specifically quantified and explained to the TRC for its approval, as opposed to just being over 10%, they couldn't do it. Councillors, I'm not going to repeat what I said many months ago. My notice of motion then was extremely detailed. I think from memory it's about 3 full pages. So please have a look at there if you haven't. But to summarise, you cannot delegate anything that requires an absolute majority. To spend over a budget amounts, you need an absolute majority. When allowing for 10% adopted budget variances, the above condition is not permitted. Should 3 or 4 councillor members get to decide when the council commits an extra $4 million or more of unbudgeted funds to a particular project? Of course they shouldn't, and they're not allowed to under the Act, but this change will allow this. Never happened, you say? Well, it has, since I've been on council. Councillors, tender review committee discussions were previously behind closed doors The agenda was all confidential. That did not promote openness and transparency. Look, I understand some councillors may be frustrated from our previous motions, which have resulted in change, but there is a lot of more information that's now provided to the public in regards to tenders. These changes were required to happen. Therefore, and again, councillors, Tender Review Committee, it's an old system back from the 80s in local government when there used to be works committees. Openness and accountability are now not only requested, they are required. Therefore, a motion to revoke tender 1, therefore eliminating the need for a tender review committee altogether, in this place increase the limit of tenders that the CO can set from 1 million to 5 million. Therefore, every tender over 5 million required to come to council. Any tender over 10% of the budget allocation is already required to come to council, as the CEO cannot commit the city to an expenditure more than 10% over budget. This will result in a quicker turnaround time for tenders, reduce costs of having to manage another committee, and more importantly, allow the city to be compliant with legislation.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson is the seconder.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that reducing the number of committees by 1 is a good idea. When I got on council, I was a bit surprised by the way things were organised. I didn't understand why we didn't have a planning committee and a finance committee, and it was explained to me, and some councillors have heard me say this, oh yes, councillors, we did used to have a committee system, but we had to get rid of it. But it seems that the Tender Review Committee somehow survived that pruning process. I think the only other committees we've got that have any really serious intent are required by legislation. This one is not required. And I think Councillor Bowman's approach to delegate to the CEO, except for those items that we can't delegate to him, is exactly the right thing to do. Councillors, we're not experts in selecting tenders and determining who is the best, which tender is better than another. Really, the staff are the experts in that. We need to delegate it to the people who know what they're doing. So I'd strongly recommend supporting that. And councillors, for reasons of hopefully speeding up the meeting, I have agreed to. Councillor Bowman and I did discuss whether I should just edit my JDAP condition removal into his motion, and we agreed to do it to speed things up. Let's hope it does. I'm obviously taking a bit of a risk, but I think it's the right thing to do. So the second part of the motion is about retaining our existing process of bringing all JDAP reports to council, so that council can read them, recognise them. They're all in one place. We know what JDAP decisions are going on. And if we want to make a council recommendation, in addition to the officer recommendation, then we get to do so. So it's a system that's worked quite well. You councillors will recall that actually the warehouse office and showroom office developments in commercial and industrial zones, one of those came to council recently, and Councillor Catalano, I think, made some changes to that to improve the planting. So I think it's important that we see all of those, particularly there are a lot coming up in Hazelmere, and in Hazelmere we need to ensure that these warehouse office and showroom office developments are actually at least surrounded by the right kinds of trees. So councillors, I'd urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Catalano.
Yes, thank you. I've got my main issue with the amendment is that I just think the figure of $5 million is too high for a delegation, and I'd like to see more council oversight when it comes to tenders of over $1 million. But I've also got a couple of problems with what the officers have proposed as well. Number 8, I'm actually opposed to the disposal of assets with a depreciated value of not more than $500,000. I'm opposed to that. I think it's actually the asset price there is too high. Again, I think there should be some definitely council oversight when it comes to the delegation of assets of $500,000. And the other one that I have an issue with is the same one that I had an issue with when this came before council last time, and that is that I believe that demolition permits for buildings that predate 1945 should all be basically discussed and debated in council. And I don't accept that demolition permits should be given for buildings that predate 1945 by delegation. So that's why I'll be opposing it.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Speaker against the motion. Councillor Parry, thank you.
I agree with Councillor Catalano in regards to the amount being increased from 1 million to 5 million. I think there's a lot of important contracts that we have as a member of the TRC for the last 3 years. A lot of the important contracts that the community decides on is actually under $5 million. And the council should have the right to determine who they want and the services they provide and everything else like that. I think our procurement team does a great job as well in how they outline that. And I know that, Councillor Johnson, because I'm a procurement manager and I know a fair bit about procurement too. So the major issue is the fact that I think it's 5 million is way too high. I think it should still be the 1 million amount. Therefore, I can't support it.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Any other speakers for or against? Any question, Councillor Henderson?
In regard to the sale of our used equipment, is the $500,000 value on the replacement value or the written down value?
Ms. Lay?
Through Mr. Mayor, it would be the depreciated value.
Thank you. If there's no more questions, no one else wishes to speak, Councillor Bowman, you're right to reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, I have concerns with other delegations as well, what those amounts should be and what they shouldn't be. However, there was one there that quite obviously caught my eye because what they were suggesting was actually not able to be done. Councillors, $5 million, is it too high? We have cleaning contracts that go over 5 years that would be over the $1 million mark. Councillors, $5 million delegation to the CEO for tenders will speed things up. It is not high compared to other local governments where some of them are up to $10 million. We have had, I think, one tender come to the tender review committee since the change of the 10%. So based on that, we will continue getting all those items that are $1.5, $2 million if they're over 10%.
Thank you. I'm now going to put the motion. Those in favour of Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Richardson and Councillor McCulloch. I make that 10. The 5 against were Councillors Prodovnik, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Parry, which makes 4. So that's 14. That's correct. So the motion is carried 10-4. That takes us, councillors, to part B of the agenda. So adoption of those recommendations contained in items not withdrawn. And for the benefit of members observing the meeting, council uses an en bloc method for decision making. This means that agenda items where council supports the officer's recommendation are not debated separately. One vote is taken on all of the items and the officer's recommendation is therefore the decision of council. The following items have not been withdrawn for individual consideration and will be dealt with via the en bloc vote. Therefore, the officer's recommendation will be the decision of council. And in part B, we have items 2.1, 3.3, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7, 4.8, 5.4, 6.1, 6.2, 6.3. and there's nil in Part C. So I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Move, councillor Bowman. Okay, so other than 3.3, which will then go into the other section, you're seconding, councillor Parry. So I've got a mover in councillor Bowman, a second in councillor Parry. Is there anyone against all those items being carried on block? Being no one against, I declare all those items other than 3.3 carried as per the officer's recommendation.
Mr Mayor, I wish to move a motion to expedite item 4.1 and item 7.1 due to the urgency of the items, please. So that's the RAR for delete condition 13 for public art, lot 497 and etc. for Lakes Road, Hazelmere, and 7.1 wards and representation review discussion paper.
Thank you. I'll just get the minute clerk to get those up on the board before I call for a seconder. So there's two items that need to be dealt with tonight, councillors. One is item 4.1, which is a responsible authority report on the public art Lakes Road, Hazelmere, because it's got to go before the next JDAP. And the other item is 7.1, wards and representation review discussion paper. So I've got a mover in councillor Parry to bring those items forward. You're seconding that, councillor Bowman. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare that carried unanimously. So the next item will be item 4.1, councillors. It's on page 195 of the agenda. And I believe, councillor Henderson, you've got an alternative motion, which is on page 17 of the run sheet.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council resolve to 1, not endorse the officer's recommendation in application to the Metro Outer JDAP panel. 2, resolve to recommend to the Metro Outer JDAP that the requested modification to the approval of application DAP 21-02036 to delete condition 13 of the approval be supported. 3, for the reason for the changing office recommendation is the acceptance of the applicant's contention with respect to the relevance of the State Administrative Tribunal decision in BGC Proprietary Limited and the presiding member of the Metro East Joint Development Assessment Panel.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Being no seconder, the motion lapses. Thank you. Moving the officer's recommendation, councillor Bowman. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Johnson. Is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it, councillor Henderson? Thank you. Councillor Henderson is against but doesn't wish to debate. I'll now put the officer's recommendation in relation to item 4.1 as moved by councillor Bowman, seconded by councillor Johnson. Those in favour? I have councillor Jones, councillor Bowman, councillor Podovnik, councillor Johnson, councillor Howlett, councillor Catalana. So it's for the officer's recommendation. Councillors 4.1. Yes. Councillor Congdon, myself, councillor Parry, councillor Knight, councillor Zanino, councillor Richardson. And I believe the only two against were councillor Henderson and councillor McCulloch. So the motion is passed 12-2. The officer's recommendation. Sorry, councillors. That takes us to item 7.1, which is wards and representation review discussion paper. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, just a slight amendment, and that is in the red there. It's endorsing the review discussion paper subject to the deletion of option 2 and 4, and my reasons being that option 2 and 4 result in the ratio deviation of some wards falling outside the permitted plus or minus 10% within too short a period of time, therefore creating the need and expense of another review in a predicted 4 years.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Being no seconder, well, if I don't get a seconder, Councillor Catalano, there being no seconder, the motion lapses. I still require a resolution, councillors. Councillor Johnson's moving the officer's recommendation, seconded by Councillor Prodovnik. Is there anyone against? There's no one against. Well, you can ask a question, but it makes no bearing on the item, Councillor Catalano. So I'll allow one question, but in future I won't. Well,
I think there won't be a future with this one because it's going to get passed. The question I've got is, what happened to the Bullsbrook options that came in later? They weren't included. They're not included in this, are they? Because I was looking through it and I couldn't see the ones that...
Well, it's as per the officer's recommendation with the, I think, 5.
Do we have anyone that can answer that?
Is the CEO, who's the right executive manager? Got a question on the board reviews.
Through the chair, not quite sure what the question relates to, but certainly option 3 contains the Bullsbrook ward separated from the Swan Valley Gidgegunnup ward. I don't know if that helps, but obviously one of the issues is that once the Bullsbrook ward is combined with the Ellenbrook ward, apart from anything else, there's a disassociation of community of interest as well.
What do you mean?
Well, the interests of those residents of Ellenbrook are not quite the same as those of Bullsbrook. Bullsbrook is more of a rural area, like the Swan Valley and Gidgegunnup ward. So that's why the majority of options are.
But my question was, we got two options that were sent in. They were rough drawings. Did they end up as one of these options? That's the question I'm asking.
Might get the governance officer to... Okay, they were taken out.
They weren't included. Okay. All right. And can we have some reasons why that was? Because I thought that they could have been included.
Through you, presiding member, the main reason they were withdrawn, councillor, was because we ended up with options of either 1 councillor or 5 councillors, and it was felt that that probably wasn't going to be an option that community would be happy with or the council would be happy with.
Okay. Oh, I see that larger ward is going to have 5 councillors in it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. My recollection was Councillor Prodovnik, you were the seconder. So we can just correct that on the board. Councillor Prodovnik, not Councillor Howlett. No one indicated they wanted to speak against them out. Well, I'm sorry, Councillor Catalano. That's...
Ask my question.
Yes.
Ask my question. And depending on what the answer was, I was going to make my decision.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'd already called. I allowed you to ask the question. I said I wouldn't normally do that because I'd already saw that there's nobody
Okay. Well,
against.
please be noted that I am opposed to this motion.
Well,
Thank you.
I'm going to put it now. Those in favour? Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Congadin, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Richardson and Councillor McCulloch, which is 13, and opposed is Councillor Catalano. The officer's recommendation is passed as moved. So that takes us back a bit now. Thank you, and thank you for your indulgence with dealing with those 2 items that needed to be dealt with. I just have to find the right page. We're on now page 13 of the run sheet. Thank you. Sorry. Sorry, we're on page 14. The following reports from Part B and C have been withdrawn for debate in accordance with the meeting procedures, local law, and we dealt with individually by councillors. That is item 3.3, 3.1, 3.2, 4.1, 4.9, 5.1, 5.2, 5.3. We've dealt with 7.1. And in Part C, item C 3.1. So the first item, councillors, is item 3.1, adoption of the Whiteman Local Area Plan. And Councillor Henderson, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I move that Council resolve to 1, adopt the Whiteman Local Area Plan as an operational draft only, as to enable further community consultation by the city to ascertain if the priorities identified and associated ranking are reflective of those of the wider community. Advise those that lodge submissions to the draft WLAP of the Council's decision accordingly. 3, authorise the CEO to be authorised B to make any minor modifications to the document required to better reflect the community consultation methodology followed and its outcomes prior to it being made publicly available as an operational draft as per 1 above. The reason to change the officer's recommendation is that the in-person consultation was limited during the period formulation, as it was undertaken during WA COVID restrictions, and limited number of responses have been received.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Catalano, is there anyone against?
Question.
Question, Councillor Johnson.
May I ask?
Sorry, I'm going to let the mover of the motion speak. The seconder will then speak, and then I'll take questions and anyone speaking against, because your question may be answered in their debate. Thank you. You've got 5 minutes to open your debate. Thank you, Councillor. Sometimes it's hard to see those hands together. Thank you.
Councillors, the reason I have done this, and in the following motion 3.2, is that when I read the plans, I thought, yes, okay, that's all good. And then I started looking at the statistical detail around what these plans were about. A couple of things really concerned me. And in the first instance, the big issue that confronted me was in the Whiteman plan, we had only 1.6% of the population make a submission. Now, 1.6% is an appallingly low number from a statistical perspective to see if you're getting any value out of the outcomes. The point is that a few people could reflect the priorities, and those priorities may not be what the whole community would want. The other thing, and my part 3 of my motion is there to perhaps resolve or help fix it, is that when you look at the document itself under community engagement, it refers to 20,224 people were reached. Now, if you know anything about Facebook and how it does these things, it actually uses an algorithm to say that it might have appeared in someone's inbox, and it might have been looked at. The point is, it is not a valid argument about people being reached, and that's where it fails. Now, in the past, we would send out letters to people. Today, it costs probably $2 by the time we've written a letter and put it in an envelope and posted it. That's just simply not viable. And in a meeting with the CEO and staff to discuss this, I suggested that perhaps we should be sending out DL cards that Australia Post dropped for 15 cents or something like that to our community to engage them more broadly in community consultation. And obviously this isn't just going to be Whiteman, it's going to be Ellenbrook and the other laps as well. We do need to get a broad spectrum of feedback from community. Now, admittedly, we will have had some input from groups, we will have had some input from seniors and the like, and mostly those would be with their own particular views about the priorities. That's good, but I want to see our priorities taken along a much broader aspect. You know, take it as a draft. We can continue to use the product, and in fact, at my meeting with the CEO, he actually suggested that we go down the draft path, and I thought that was a good idea. The other thing too, on the engagement page in the plan, it says there were 345 comments. And who provided them? 330 residents, 15 sports groups, 15 belong to a community group, 60 local group, employees, and two business owners. That actually adds up to 358, not 345. So that in itself, thought to myself, well, okay, the numbers don't even add up. So councillors, I do think that we have got to get a lot more focused on how we engage the community in our plans so that we do get it right. I want the community to actually have a representative say, and I don't see that with such a low number. The actual detail of the percentages and the like indeed may be right, but against a horrifically small sample. So, councillors, I do think we should be just simply saying to ourselves, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? Yes, this was during COVID, but even the plans and work we're doing before COVID, there were limitations around the amount of engagement that we were getting, and I do think we've got to do better with that. So this is an opportunity to start that process, and certainly I'd love to see, obviously, an opportunity for the residents to be able to have an input to the plans, a more representative input to the plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Second to Councillor Catalano.
Yes, thank you. This is the local area plans, I believe, quite sort of high-level strategic planning documents that I am led to believe staff refer to when it comes to future planning for the area that local area plan, is about. Now, the main issue I have is that basically the people in the newer part of Caversham didn't even realise that they were to be included in this Whiteman local area plan, even though I did post it on my Facebook page, but I didn't, feel it was my job to put it before them. So if they didn't access my Facebook page, they wouldn't have seen it. They didn't get the information about their area being included in the Whiteman local area plan, and they are quite, they were actually initially, when they found out with the second sort of stage of the review, they were going, well, hang on a minute, we haven't even put in what we want to say in the first stage, and now it's coming out for advertising. Oh, we've missed the boat. So then they had to quickly try and get together to put some submissions in. But I really believe that there's a lot of residents there, and there are a lot of residents who are very concerned about the fact that they feel they've missed out through the whole process. And even though they've been reassured that they've been heard and that, their submissions made sort of through the advertising period has gone into this LAP, I don't think they sufficiently understand what the LAP means. I still think that there's a lot of uncertainty because they didn't go through the whole process. It hasn't been properly explained. So they've made that really quite well known to me. And when I've said to them, well, are you happy for me for it to be endorsed? They go, well, so long as what you say is going to happen, which is, that's not what the LAP is about. So they aren't, what it meant to me was that they aren't entirely satisfied with the process, or at least their input into the process, because basically they didn't even realise that they were included. Now, I'm pretty sure the same goes for Dayton as well. Those two areas, they're in Altone ward, so in a way there was an expectation that they would be included in a LAP with other suburbs in Altone, such as Beachborough or any of the Bennett Springs, perhaps. So they've gone. It wasn't. It's understandable that they didn't think. They didn't expect to be included in this Whiteman Local Area Plan. So that's why I'm going to support it, because I think we do need to give large numbers of people there who are still feeling uncertain about the process to, continue to contribute, and eventually this will get nailed down to everyone's satisfaction. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion.
Question,
Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions, Mr. Mayor. The first question, Mr. Mayor, is through you to the CEO. What is the difference between a local area plan as an operational draft and a local area plan that's been approved, if both of them have been published?
Through the chair, obviously, if it's not an operational draft and it's adopted in its entirety, then it becomes a position of council, and which can be followed and implemented by the staff, whereas an operational draft, as the words following the motion state, it's to enable further consultation with the community to establish if that does properly represent the views of the members of the community.
Okay, thank you. I guess the second question, I think, is answered in your CEO statement. Is it the intention it would continue as an operational draft for a period of 1 year? That appears to be what the second paragraph from the bottom means. It's a very interesting sentence, that final sentence in the second paragraph from the bottom, but I think I know what it means. Okay, all right, thank you.
Speakers against the motion. Any other speakers for the motion? Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think this is a good idea. It's very pragmatic, and my view is if Councillor Henderson has, sort of moved the motion and Councillor Catalano has seconded it, then that indicates very broad support. So therefore, I think it's what are you all laughing at? I think so. Therefore, for that reason alone, I'm supporting this. Thank you.
Question, Councillor Howlett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is for Councillor Henderson. Is that okay to ask him a question?
You can ask Councillor Henderson a question.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, what percentage of population do you think would make fair representation? Because I appreciate 1.6 is really low. So have you got a figure in mind that you would consider?
No, I don't put a figure on that, Councillor. Basically, you look for a figure that gives you a statistical reality rather than something that's way off that. To me, 1.6 is way too low.
Any other speakers for or against, councillors? Then being no other speakers, I intend to end the debate and speak against the motion. I'll ask the Deputy Mayor to take over. Thank you, Councillor Congdon. Councillors, This morning I received, along with all ward councillors for Altone and I believe the Whiteman ward, a email from Mr. Luke Harris, who's the leader of the Caversham Community Residents and Ratepayers, and I'll read the email out. Good morning, Altone and Whiteman ward councillors. I give full support for the Whiteman LAP to be adopted and welcome continued engagement and collaboration. I'm aware the Whiteman LAP is going before Council tonight, the 2nd of November, for adoption. Caversham residents' initial concerns were that the LAP identified no initiatives in Caversham, despite our issues and needs neatly aligning with the priorities in the LAP. The purpose of the LAP and the function of different City of Swan teams has since been explained. The commitments given for the ongoing engagement to identify and scope initiatives for Caversham. Based on the attached from the City of Swan strategic planning, it is confirmed that the LAP is being broad parameters around priorities for the area which are consistent with our needs. The LAP describes already identified initiatives, whether completed, underway or defined, planned, and it is not an exhaustive list. There is a commitment to continue the collaboration with us to define specific initiatives to address these priorities. Accordingly, I give full support of the Whiteman LAP to be adopted and want it to be for the Whiteman LAP to be adopted and want to commend the various City of Swan staff for their commitment to continued engagement and collaboration with the community, bringing about much needed positive change for our forgotten suburb. Signed, Luke Harris, Caversham Community and Residents and Ratepayers. One thing I'll say, if Councillor Henderson's motion is successful, it will then place the existing review of the Swan View LAP on hold, and that process has already commenced. So we can't go back and go back to the Swan View LAP because I see you look confused, Councillor Johnson, so unless I'm reading it incorrectly, it says this would mean placing the existing review of the Swan View LAP on hold, and that has already commenced. If we now put staff back onto collaboration with the Whiteman LAP. So in the key issues, and this will be my final remark, the final ranking of the priorities are as follows. 1, provide more social and active opportunities for all ages. 2, promote Whiteman to increase business and service attraction. 3, protect and retain trees for the natural environment. 4, increase opportunities to safety walk and cycle in Whiteman. And 5, support and celebrate Whiteman's multicultural communities. If they're the key objectives and we're getting support from a major residents and ratepayers group saying, please adopt it, perhaps it didn't initially have everything in the LAP, but we're now happy to continue work with the City of Swan strategic team, then I can only support my community and I can't support the motion to make it a draft. I think we should adopt the LAP as it stands and let the Swan View LAP continue its review. Thank you, councillors. Being the final speaker, I'll now hand back to Councillor Henderson for his right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd just like to comment on a couple of your points. First things first, I don't see any representation from sporting groups there. I don't see any representation from seniors there. Mr. Harris's group covers a reasonable number, but I wouldn't say it has been given a broad input to the actual paper because the numbers don't show that. So in the first, that's that point. Just want to make another point about Swan View. From what we've learned here, we can apply that to the Swan View plan. So I don't see why, which is a separate action altogether, this is going to impact significantly the Swan View LAP. It may well open some doors on some direction we might take it. And I think importantly, the Swan View LAP does need to continue, and I don't see why it should stop. The question around broad support is really the key question. There are a number of groups, of course, that have put information into this, Mayor and councillors, clearly. Is that broad support given the sample? I don't believe it is. And when I say broad support, from one side of the chamber to the other side of the chamber, I think we all make decisions based on good outcomes for our community, and hopefully that's what we're all here for. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion to cancel. Those in favour? I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Podolnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Congdon, Councillor Parry, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Richardson and Councillor McCulloch. I believe that was 12, and there's 2 against, being myself and Councillor Howlett. That motion is carried, which takes us to the next item. Item 3.2, adoption of the Allenbrook Local Area Plan. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you again, Mayor. I move the motion before us with the change of the word from Whiteman to Allenbrook Local Area Plan, and everything else is the same.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Bowman. Is there anyone against? I'm against, but I don't wish to debate it. I'll now put the motion. Those in favour? Of Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Podolnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Congdon, Councillor Parry, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Richardson and Councillor McCulloch, which is 12, and the 2 against was Councillor Howlett and myself. That motion is carried, which takes us to item 4.9. 3.3. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was only just going to speak against this one, but I'll do it a different way. I'm just moving 1 and 2, deleting 3 and 4, and the reason being that recommendation 3 or 4 are not relevant to the item. They're non-decision making, and as such, council agenda is a decision-making forum, and only items that require decision should be on there. So again, moving 1 and 2.
I've got a mover and seconder in Councillor Congdon. Can I just take a moment, because I haven't seen this before, I just want to have a quick read as other councillors might do it. Thank you. I'll ask, is there anyone against? You wish to debate it, Councillor Johnson?
No.
Okay. No one else against? Now I'm going to put it to the vote. Those in favour? I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Podolnik, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch. The motion is carried. Those against were Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett and Councillor Richardson. It was 11 for and 3 against. The motion is carried. Now that takes us, councillors, I believe it's page 18 of the run sheet, item 4.9. Let's see how we go. Councillor Johnson, 4.9. Thank you. It's on page 370, and we'll have a break after this item.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, my motion is that council resolve to note the list of statutory planning decisions made under delegated authority for the period 14th of September 2022 to 11th of October 2022. And the part that changes is this: to continue to publish the list of plan decisions made under delegated authority in the council agenda. And 3, to include the list in the city's website for public information. 4, record the reason for changing the officer's recommendation is that publishing the planning decisions made under delegation in the agenda is that the agenda is the City of Swans document of record for decisions.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Howlett, is there anyone against? You wish to debate it? You have 5 minutes to start your debate. Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, I think this one's fairly straightforward, Mr. Mayor. When I first got on council, I emptied my yellow envelope out. Amongst the complaints that fell out, I also used to get this list of planning decisions that have been made under delegated authority. It was in a little sort of memo that was given just to councillors. In my view, this document needed to be a public document, fully available to the public. The proper way to do that, in my view, was to place that in the agenda for noting, which has been our current practice for the past 5 years. The agenda is the agenda and the minutes are the city's documents of record for decision making. Together with the JDAP decision that was also made, that we made tonight to retain the existing process, what that means is the agenda is a comprehensive collection of every single planning decision that we make. So if anybody wants to know where are the planning decisions, well, you can look in the agenda. I just tell people they're all in there. If you're not sure what's happened, have a look. Why is this important? Well, councillors, again, going back to prior to doing this, I was endlessly being asked by people who made this decision, who made that decision, how was it done? It wasn't clear what was being delegated, what was not being delegated. Nobody knew where to go. So eventually, this motion was resolved by council to put that document that every councillor was received into the public agenda, so it's available for everybody. So our agenda is now a complete record of all the planning decisions that we make. It's really that simple. I've got no problem with also putting it on a website, but a website is not a document of record. And I work in IT, and I know perfectly well how these things change all the time. 1 minute you've got one document there, you've got another one. If anyone's ever used Confluence, you never really know what is the document of record. Has this been approved or not been approved? The agenda is a published document. It's final. It is. And it is clear that that is where our decisions should be made or should be noted. Is this a lot of work for staff? Not at all, because the staff already have to produce the what is in effect a table of decisions made on delegated authority and put it into a memo. There's very little additional work to put it into the agenda, and I've never heard any complaints from staff about it. In fact, I think it's been to everybody's benefit. So, councillors, I'd urge you to support this relatively simple motion, which is to continue what we're doing at the moment with regard to putting the decisions in the agenda, but also to put the list out on the city's website for public information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howard is the seconder.
Thank you. Nothing further to add to that.
Thank you. Speaker against, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, since coming on council, I always wondered why we had this item here. Staff as well. Councillors, if an item does not require a council decision, it should not be on the agenda. Simple as. Only items require decision should be included, which is exactly what the Department of Local Government in their operational guide notes state as well. The information can simply be put on the website. Councillors can get the email to advise it's there. Simple. Again, councillors, just read the CEO's statement, encouraging efficiencies. I'm not going to go on, but unless an item requires a council decision, it should not be on the agenda. And again, I'm not saying this, the Department of Local Government is.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Any other speakers against the motion? Councillor Congdon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Interesting thing about delegated authority is that decisions made for a shed or a lean-to or whatever it might be, the neighbours are notified at either side in relation to these things in most cases. So why is there a requirement to have it listed on a website to say the fact that Billy Bob down the road is organised to have a lean-to or a shed put on his property? And isn't that interesting? So it's already in the agenda. We've already got it listed. Why do we need to further publicise it?
Thank you. Any other speakers for or against? Being no further speakers, Councillor Johnson, you're right to reply.
Yeah, thanks. Look, why do we need to publicise it? Because that's been the existing practice. And it means that where councillors do complain, I remember one substantial complaint in Guildford about somebody having a shipping container on their property. Had that been approved or not been approved, I could point it out to the person concerned, who actually was a councillor, that yes, look, you can see it's in the agenda. It has been approved. And there have been other similar occasions. Is it efficient or is it inefficient? Well, it's more efficient for the community because we know where to go. We know that it's in the agenda. When referring particularly community groups, residents associations, it's really handy to be able to say, look, here it is, it's in the agenda. I can send them a link. The Department of Local Government making a recommendation. Well, they make all sorts of recommendations, but there's nothing in the Local Government Act that says what should or should not be in our agenda. We do use the agenda for information, for noting. There's an awful lot of information in there, and this is an important piece of information. The reason it's included in the agenda, together with the decisions that we make, planning decisions we make, and the JDAP decisions, it means that in one document there is a comprehensive location you can go to find every planning decision that has been made by this authority, and I think that is important. Basically, it becomes a conceptually complete record of our planning. It's all in one location. It's still a decision that's been made. It's been made under delegation by the staff. We're simply reporting it. That's why it's there. So councillors, I suggest we continue with the existing practice. It's no additional work for staff because they'll be doing it anyway, and it's provides a service to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour of Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Knight, and Councillor Richardson. That is 5. The motion is lost. The councillors against is Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, and Councillor McCulloch. That is 9. So it's lost 9-5. I need a resolution. Councillors, you're moving the officer's recommendation.
I am,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Mayor.
Councillor Bowman. Seconder, Councillor Congdon. Is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? I'll now put the officer's recommendation. Those in favour of Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, and Councillor McCulloch. That is carried. 9. Those against were Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Knight, and Councillor Richardson. Thank you. It's now 8:05. We'll have a 10-minute break. If I could ask you all to come back and be seated by 8:15. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we're now moving on to item 5.1, RSA Risky Road Survey, Farrell Neves Road. Councillor Johnson, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My motion is council resolved to thank the CEO for the report. Note that the report does not contain a satisfactory drawing showing the Farrell Road pedestrian crossing over the railway line, nor does it give a date for this to be installed. And I'm going to change number 3. Resolved to write to the state government requesting a design for the Farrell Road pedestrian crossing over the railway line, and also a proposed date for the pedestrian crossing to become operational. Record the reason for the motion is that pedestrian safety for pedestrians walking to and from Mavida Estate and Stratton Shopping Centre is important, and a design and date is required in the short term for good government of the district because Mavida Estate is growing fast and the number of pedestrians will inevitably increase. So can I just look at...
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Howlett. Is there anyone against? You wish to debate it, Councillor Bowman? Okay, I'll put it straight to the vote. Those in favour? I have Councillor Johnson, Councillor Jones, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Knight, Councillor Zim, Councillor Rim. The motion is carried. Thank you. Takes us to the next item, 5.2 City of Swan water fountains is on page 379. Councillor Bowman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the council resolves that the item be deferred, allowing staff to review the report provided to ensure only parks that do not currently have a water fountain and only parks that require a water fountain are included. The final list is then to be ranked in order of priority in consultation with the ward councillors. I'm just trying to read what's been put in there. The final list then be ranked. Number 2 is as written. Record the reason for change. Is that the list currently includes parks that are known to have water fountains already, includes parks that receive little to no use, and the list provided has not been provided in order of size. The list has been provided, prioritised in order of size of the park, which is not the most suitable way to rank the priority.
Thank you. Seconded Councillor Congdon. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare that carried unanimously. Item 5.3, grant funding process improvements, is on page 386, and Councillor Bowman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the item be deferred to allow staff to consider further issues for inclusion, including but not limited to impacts of future operational costs, designing building projects to the grant funding received, and the reason for changing the officer's recommendation is it's not currently adequately provide changes that will ensure the total cost and full commitment costs to be funded by the City of Swan ratepayers are known or kept to within budget funds.
Thank you. Your second, Councillor Parry. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare it carried. We've dealt with item 7.1, councillors.
To see 1.5 Councillor Jones' motion first, because she will be absent for the rest of it. And I imagine 1.1 may take a bit of time to debate.
Thank you. And that's the only item you wish to bring forward, Councillor Parry? Yeah, I'm just getting to it. So I've received indication Councillor Parry wishes to move item C 1.5 on page 32 of the run sheet forward to the next item. I have a mover. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Knight. Is there anyone against that? Being no one against, I declare that carried. Councillor Jones, C 1.5, water survival skills for immigrants on page 454.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wish to resolve to write to the Federal and State Ministers for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs requesting consideration that new immigrants are required to learn basic water survival skills within 12 months of settling in Australia. And the reason for the motion, in light of the recent tragedy in Overlea, it's important that new immigrants are educated on basic water skills, survival skills. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Parry. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare that carried, which takes us back to page 23 of the run sheet, councillors. In part C, motions which previous notice have been given. And C 1.1, Councillor Zanino, proposed realignment of the national freight route. It's on page 444. Over you, Councillor Zanino. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors. I rise to move that the council resolve to 1, request the Minister for Transport, Planning and Ports, the Honourable Rita Sapiotti, to ensure that A review of the 2018 MRA Amendment 1313/14 decision relating to the realignment of the national rail freight route be undertaken as a matter of urgency to alleviate traffic problems evident in the Bellevue and Midland localities. B, the review considers the impact on the overall vehicular traffic flows now occurring in Bellevue and Midland and as planned for the future. C, due consideration is given to the potential realignment of a national rail freight route to a position, and these are dot points, 1, east of Roe Highway, 2, to avoid existing housing developments in Bellevue, 3, to avoid the new Robinson Road development within the Shire of Mundaring, and 4, to avoid any threat to the area known as the Bushmead Bush Forever Reserve, so that disruptions to all areas south of the existing rail route are fully considered, including the new growth areas that have emerged south of the existing rail route and were not included / foreseen in the earlier considerations to the 2018 amendment decision. D, full consideration be given to prior traffic studies undertaken on the wider Bellevue Midland area, including the 2017 traffic study undertaken by Jacobs on behalf of the Public Transport Authority. Furthermore, that the interest of landowners, business operators, residents, service providers, service users, including shoppers, all comers, to be fully considered in this detailed review. And E, recognition is given to these requests by the City of Swan, being part of the city's desire to address the historically long-standing problems associated with the rail/road interfaces and the consequent traffic flow problems within the Bellevue, Midland and Guildford areas in servicing the multiple interests of a successful modern-day metropolitan community centre. Reason for my motion is to alleviate long-standing traffic congestion problems within the town of Midland and the Guildford areas.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Jones, just in time. Anyone against? You wish to debate it? Thank you. You have 5 minutes to open your debate, Councillor Nino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. As we're all aware, this item was presented previously and it's been discussed and debated fairly rigorously, so I'm not going to be going into any great detail. Councillors, the alignment of the freight rail out of the Midland city centre is of paramount importance for the future success of this key regional centre. And Midland's future prosperity is at stake, very much dependent on what planning and design occurs for the realignment. The motion that I put forward is self-explanatory and merely requests the state government to review the 2018 MRA Amendment 1313/14 with a fresh perspective in context of current and future development of the area. As councillors are aware, there is support for this motion. This support has come in the form of the Swan Chamber of Commerce sending a letter of support, and as clearly evident from the petition that was put forward to this meeting with 579 signatories, this to me indicates that there's a very strong community support. Therefore, I recommend a common sense approach to simply seek the Minister's early advice. Once we hear back from the Minister, this council can then make informed decisions about what next steps to take to further advocate on this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jones is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Zanino has covered most of the points. It is only asking for a review, and there is a lot of support for it already. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, you may remember during the deputation that Fiona Alderson-Ross explained the process that the business goes through to make decisions, and this is relevant to other items on the agenda tonight. First, we define and analyse the problem. Then we identify the criteria for success. We identify potential solutions to the problem, and then we review the potential solutions against the criteria for success. Then we rank the options according to the criteria, how well they satisfy them or don't satisfy them. And then we select the solution, which most likely is the one at the top. But here in this motion, Councillor Zanino has identified that we need a single solution, a proposed realignment of the already approved 2018 realignment of the rail freight route, as it says in the motion, to be undertaken as a matter of urgency to alleviate traffic problems in the Bellevue and Midland localities. First, councillors, to solve any urgent, immediate problem with traffic in Bellevue and Midland, you would not propose a rail realignment for 50 years in the future. Instead, you'd identify the criteria for success, which would most likely be a better flow of traffic through Midland and Bellevue. How many cars or trucks per hour? What is the maximum time it would take to drive from Bellevue to Midland? Then you'd look for solutions, and then you'd apply the criteria. To solve an urgent traffic problem that is occurring now, and it is definitely occurring now, you would not solve it by changing a rail freight realignment in 50 years' time. The people in Midland and Bellevue don't want to wait for 50 years to fix their urgent traffic problem. They want to change in the road network now, not a future freight rail realignment. The next point is this. Most of Mr. Troy's proposed realignment, which is shown in this map here, or maybe this map here, or maybe one of the other many maps that we've seen over the last few months, most of the proposed realignment which he gave us is in the Shire of Mundaring. So councillors, on this map, everything in this blue line from here down is in Mundaring. It's not in the City of Swan at all. Now, as Mr. Troy is a former Mundaring councillor, you would expect that he would know that the boundary between the two local government areas is along Wilkins Street, which I just pointed out to you. And I would expect that Councillor Zanino would also know that the boundary is along Wilkins Street. Councillors, I measured Mr. Troy's proposed realignment along there with my little map measuring tool that I've got just here. What I found was only 17% of the route, the proposed realignment, is in the City of Swan. The balance of 83% is in the Shire of Mundaring. When I wrote this, I thought, I don't think the Shire of Mundaring will be very impressed, as the 2018 alignment is 100% in the City of Swan. And of course, this afternoon, Mr. Mayor, we received this letter from the Shire, from the President of the Shire of Mundaring, Councillor James Martin, which he makes it very clear that they are opposed to this. He says, in summary, a proposal to change the freight alignment is at odds with the state and Shire's current position, which is reflected in a set of rational, consistent, interlocking strategies and statutory plans. The Shire trusts the City of Swan appreciates these are critical to ensure the planning system provides a fair, consistent and predictable framework. And there have been planning changes in our city as a result of the 2018 alignment, and we have made operational plans. We've undertaken capital works. People in Bellevue have improved their houses. They do not want this uncertainty.
You have 1 minute left, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Has Councillor Zanino discussed this with councillors in Mundaring? Has Mr. Troy discussed this with councillors in Mundaring? Well, I have, and I know they're opposed to the proposal, and we've got a letter to prove it here, as are the residents of Bellevue and Bushmead, which are both suburbs in the City of Swan. And we know that the future residents of Robinson Grove would be opposed. Now, councillors, I draw your attention to the fact that the Shire President could not possibly submit a letter like this unless he knew he had the support of council. And I believe there is a council resolution that supports this exact position that he is advancing. Now, Mr. Troy said in his deputation, when he gave us this map, he said he was not happy with the proposed realignment in his map. And councillors, he's not the only one who's not happy with it. 700 people signed a petition, though people in Bellevue and Bushmead were opposed to it. So he's another one of those who is not happy with the alignment. Councillors, no realignment is possible without impacting on residential homes, or more importantly, the Helena Valley floodplain.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. How much have you got left?
I've got 4 words.
Thank you.
Go on, do those 4 words, Mr.
Continue.
Please vote against it.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Speaker against the motion. Councillor Podovny.
Okay, I'm speaking against this motion in support of a notice of motion I've lodged for the December council meeting to ensure we get a briefing from the Department of Transport and more clarity about what is being proposed. But tonight, we need to be very clear about what it is we are asking the state government to do and very clear about what we are voting on as a council. If this motion is lost, my motion next month will ask for a briefing to council by the Department of Transport to update council on its freight rail alignment decision and progress since 2018. I will ask for council to be provided with the most up-to-date traffic data now occurring in Midland and plan for the future. I will also request the Department of Transport provide us with maps that clearly show the impact of sending the freight route east of Roe Highway on houses in Bellevue, the new Robinson Grove development and the Bushmead Bush Reserve. And I will extend the invitation to the Mundaring Council in that motion as well. My motion will seek to give council accurate information to consider instead of the confusing and conflicting data being given to councillors from two opposing sides. Those asking for this review in this motion say it's simply a request. And normally I have no problem writing a letter requesting something be looked at, but not in this instance. In all good conscience, we need to be satisfied it's a good option before we request it. And right now there's too much confusion and concern about this motion's request to consider an eastward direction. After looking at the map published by the Hammer Group, Bellevue residents say the new route will go through the top of Wilkins Street and people are still concerned it will go through houses. Bushmead residents say it cuts through the Robinson Grove estate and through what is planned to be a dog park. I have no issue with members of the business community approaching a councillor requesting an issue be raised at council. What I do have a problem with is the plan to send an unwanted freight route away from one group of ratepayers over to another group of ratepayers who also don't want it. How is that a good solution? Right now, it's hard for residents to make sense of the fact this council is even considering asking the planning minister to send a freight line east towards a housing estate, a bush forever site, along a floodplain in a direction Bellevue residents say will demolish their homes. Please vote this motion down in favour of the motion I foreshadowed so we can get more information, more clarity and more certainty about what we should ask the state government to do.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Question, Councillor Bowman.
Mr Mayor, through you to the CEO, Councillor Podovnik has indicated she is going to raise a notice of motion on what appears to be a very similar subject matter, albeit with her name on it. Will that be approved or you haven't seen it yet?
I believe it's coming up next month's meeting.
Through the chair, the basics of that motion, it appears on page 24 and 25 of the hard copy circulated tonight. Those words were provided to me, I think yesterday, Councillor, or very recently. There have been more discussions today to move that foreshadowed motion to a notice of motion next month, which the councillor has just indicated.
Sorry, I'm looking at page 24.
Page 40, Councillor.
Page 40.
Yeah, I think you've got the old one. They took it out.
The first motion lodged yesterday was a deferral, but we obviously had a discussion today I had a discussion with the CEO and the Mayor, and I was advised that a deferral procedurally couldn't happen tonight for a number of reasons, and I decided to lodge a motion for next month, and that's been emailed into the CEO before this council meeting.
It's on the last page of the run sheet, Councillor. Same here.
Again, I'm not here to debate that, but it actually has an impact on this item right now, and I'm hearing it out for the first time. So, hence my question, whether it would be actually even approved, since we're dealing with an item very similar, albeit we've changed a few words around.
Yeah.
Was that another question?
It was.
Or the same one?
No, it's different. Perhaps if you could just repeat your question, Councillor Bowman, to the CEO.
Will the notice of motion be allowed under our meeting procedure local law, given the fact that we've got this item on the agenda tonight? And will it be, is it a possibility it will be ruled out of order because it's too similar? That was the basis of my question, without actually asking the two councillors on my right. I was asking the CEO.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, councillor, for the question. I believe the motion that's been put forward by Councillor Budovnik is sufficiently different from the one that's before us tonight, presented by Councillor Zanino. Councillor Zanino's motion is simply asking for a letter to be written to the Minister, where this motion is asking for deputations by the Department of Transport and the provision of more information, specifically relating to traffic flows in and around Midland, to see if that helps us progress the matter.
Councillor Johnson, you had a question? Okay, I'll ask, are there any other speakers for or against the motion? Thank you. Councillor Congdon, please proceed.
Perhaps a question through to the CEO, if I might, in my debate here. I note that President Martin from the Shire of Mundaring had indicated that a request to the Minister of Transport prepare an integrated transport plan that involves an overarching review of the whole area, input from all stakeholders, including the Shire of Mundaring, the City of Swan, City of Kalamunda, Bellevue, Residents Ratepayers Association, Main Roads, and other relevant state government authorities and local ratepayer and business groups. And this was sitting around the 14th of September 2021. Has our CEO or staff in receipt of any communication from either the Shire President of Mundaring and or the Office of the Minister for Transport that such a request has started? That's number one.
Well, I can answer that I'm not aware of any request.
Mr. Coaten may have some information.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I draw your attention to the run sheet 5.1, the questions from Diane Avino. She asked that same question, or similar question. The city wrote to the Minister about that matter on the 4th of August, and a response was received stating that the state government will continue to undertake wider traffic modelling, planning and stakeholder engagement to develop a longer-term integrated transport strategy to meet future travel demands in the Midland area.
Okay, so at this particular time in questioning councillors, then the Minister hasn't made a decision to go forward with anything other than to make commentary. And so therefore, I think the request that's been suggested by Councillor Zanino might be the electric prod that's required for the Minister to perhaps escalate this or come out and simply say, no, I'm not going to review it. It's all done and dusted. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Against the motion? Any other speakers for or against the motion?
Got a question.
Question, Councillor Johnson.
As we have done this a few times recently, can we vote on each section of the motion separately? So as in A, B, C and D. So it's within your power to split up a complex motion. I'm sure some councillors would support some parts of it and not others.
I'm not of the view to split it up. I think it speaks for itself, Councillor Johnson. It either gets up or it doesn't get up. So I'm ruling no. I'm not going to split it. I'll ask again, councillors, is there any other speakers for or against the motion? Then before I hand back to you, Councillor Zanino, I'll enter the debate very quickly. I'll hand the chair over to Councillor Congdon. Councillors, this is a complex issue. You've had maps presented to you, but I don't think they relate to Councillor Zanino's motion. nowhere, and he was asked a question tonight, did he have any input in designing a map? The question was no. Had he was a member of the Hammer Group? The answer was no. This is merely a request, writing a letter to the Minister to see if she would undertake a review of the current MRA Amendment 1313/14 decision. The Minister may want to undertake a review, or she'll write back to us and tell us politely no. I don't see any harm in asking if it results in a better outcome. Councillor Zanino is very careful in his notice of motion. He hasn't put down any alignment, but he said it's make sure that it gives due consideration to avoid existing housing development in Bellevue, avoid the new Robinson Grove development in the Shire of Mundaring, to avoid any threat area known as the Bushmead Bush Forever Reserve, and it to be looked at east of the Roe Highway. I think we should wait until we hear back from the Minister. She'll either agree to have a review or she won't. Thank you, Councillor Zanino. You'll write a reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, it's going to be pretty short. Councillors, as normal human beings, we're all different and we all have differing points of view, and we view things from different perspectives. Not to say that one's right and one's wrong. We're all right and we're all wrong, because who's to say? I think that the most important thing is that we should all respect each other's views and differences, which we are all entitled to express. So I thank all of you that have expressed your views, and I wish to restate that I'm simply recommending a common sense approach to seek the Minister's views and positions on this important issue by writing a letter. Now, I still don't understand why everyone seems to be afraid of writing a letter. I can see no imperative to defer the writing of the letter. And once, as I stated, the reply is received, this council will be much better informed to make decisions moving forward based on knowledge without the speculation. Councillors, I urge you to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Zanino. I'm now going to put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch, which is 8. The motion is passed. Those against were Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Knight and Councillor Richardson. Have I got those numbers correct? 8, 5, 6, 8, 6. Thank you. The motion is passed. That takes us on to page 25 and item C1.2. Councillor Knight, you withdrew that item at last week's agenda forum. Takes us to the next item, C1.3. Councillor Henderson, rates relief for the Swan Valley Sporting Club. It's on page 448 of the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I move the council resolve to, 1, write off the current and future rates where there has been a change in the predominant use of land to commercial to accommodate separate commercial leases for telecommunications infrastructure where A, the land parcel is owned by a church and was previously exempt from paying rates, and B, the land parcel is owned by a not-for-profit corporation that was previously for the purposes of community use, and C, there is no opportunity in the commercial lease contracts to pass on the additional cost to the leasee. And the reason is to clarify to staff for the intention of the previous motion.
Is there anything more in your reason, Councillor Henderson?
Any more reason? Well, the reason is that the land is used by a not-for-profit for community purpose.
Thank you. I have a seconder. Councillor Zanino, is there anyone against? You wish to debate it? Thank you. Councillor Henderson, you have 5 minutes to open your debate.
Councillors, to say I'm disappointed that the previous motion wasn't covering this is an understatement. There was no date or limitation that I could see, but in any case, staff agree that we should deal with this as a separate matter. I want to cover a couple of things about commercial, industrial, and perhaps residential or sporting or whatever. In the first instance, an industrial rate or a commercial rate is where there's profit being made by an organisation, taxable profit, and they pay the taxes on the profits they make. And the important thing there is that they are a for-profit operation. The purpose of that is that they get a tax deduction where they make that profit. Now, in the case of this incorporated association, is that they are not there to make a profit. They are there for the purposes of the community, and that's the key here, for the community. To turn around and say, just because they're trying to make some money to advance their purpose or their use, which is for the community, just doesn't sit right, because it's not actually achieving an outcome that is in a similar vein to commercial or industrial. So I find it difficult that we would want to charge them a commercial or industrial rate on some land where they want to basically produce an income for the purpose of the community. So Mr. Delai's email that you all received gave some pretty interesting numbers. And I think they are pretty important in the argument about what they're being charged. You will have seen the figures, so I don't no need for me to repeat them, other than to say that the percentage to income was relatively high. So the key thing here is, sure, they've got a long-term lease. That means they have a long-term commitment to the community. They have a long-term goal to grow the facility so that the community can play sport, and that's fundamental to being able to make some money to be able to pay for all of those things. In fact, they are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars putting in lighting for the Oval. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. They haven't come to the council and said, give us a couple of $100,000 or whatever. They are spending that money so that the facilities can be used by the community. Being incorporated means that the land isn't owned by someone that's going to make a profit off it. It's not for profit. So for us to charge a fee that's over and above what they already pay, they pay rates actually on the land already, and they get the sporting concession. Is just simply unreasonable, completely unreasonable, given that they have to try and make money to produce the facilities that they need for the community. So I think that, albeit that the numbers are relatively small in real terms, what actually is important is that that increase is significant to them. In terms of their ability to make some money out of facilities and to support sport. Don't forget.
Yeah, 1 minute left, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm taking so long, but don't forget, they've accepted that the Joey's Diner has to pay a commercial rate, and because they can pass that on, and that's pretty important. That's quite clearly commercial in terms of that piece of land being used for Joey's to sell product and make a profit. pays taxes and the like. So this is purely on the piece of land that's for the tower. So councillors, I think I covered much of these issues at last time. Hopefully I've covered the additional now, and if there's anything further in debate, I'll be keen to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zamino, as seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I think that my fellow ward councillor, Councillor Henderson, has given a fairly broad coverage of all the issues. I just want to reinforce that this club is a non-for-profit, and I'm pretty sure that when they negotiated with the telco, they were not aware of the issue of having to pay rates, because if that would have come up, that would have been resolved back then. So as everyone knows, times are pretty tough for non-for-profits. They rely on volunteers, and I think that the job that this club is doing for the community should be commended, and we should be supporting them. So I ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion. Councillor Bowman first.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. How good the club is and what the club's doing isn't a relevant fact, if you ask me. This is about what is fair and equitable. And Councillor Henderson, I would have thought fixing the issues at Brigadoon with their rates would have been more a priority. Councillor Henderson talks about charging a fee. No, it's not charging a fee. It's charging rates, which we all have to pay. We all don't like paying, but it's rates. Is it unreasonable? Well, again, Councillor Henderson only picked on those two there in his ward, forgot to even mention the church one. But this is what happens with rates. If you change the purpose, it gets rated. Let me just explain those figures. From those little plots of land, I think probably 10 metres by 10 metres, they get 14,468, 11,255, which the 20-year lease on those is $500,000. I'm all for helping our community groups. I'm all for helping our not-for-profits, but it's got to be fair and equitable. And everyone else pays rates, so I don't see why we should be setting a precedent with this one.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Question, Councillor Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we just clarify, these entities are owned by a church. Do they pay taxes, or are these not-for-profits, are they untaxed? Does anyone know?
Ms Lay.
Through Mr Mayor, I think they would be exempt from paying taxes.
Charity.
Thank you. I'll ask for a speaker for the motion. Any other speakers against the motion? Councillor Congerton.
Sadly, Mr Mayor, probably for me, it's a bit of an awkward situation, because I've been engaged with a number of non-for-profits that look at their incomes to support their services. But this is a little bit different in my case, I think. We originally said go ahead and credit back the impost of 3 years because it came unannounced. They had no idea it was there. And I really have to say that some of these are large organisations, and whoever signed these particular leases with the telcos should have sat back and read them properly, and not just go ahead and sign off and go, fine, we're going to get XYZ dollars. And if you look at these particular leases and rent incomes, their net rental income is not a loss. It's a net rental income in the black, not in the red. They should have taken more care, and to sign up for something in 20 years that you have no idea what it's going to impact your organisation was fraught with danger. So I think we did the right thing going back a couple of months ago, and we said, look, we're going to credit you back for those 3 years that you received this charge and you weren't aware. But moving forward, you need to balance where you are and make sure you've got sufficient money, and there is in these telco leases, to pay the rates to the city. So I'm going to not support this Councillor Henderson for those reasons.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Any other speakers for or against? Then you're right to reply. Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, councillors. Just want to cover a couple of points. The reason, Councillor Bowman, I didn't go into the church issue because we covered it last time. And I thought that it was quite obvious that they don't pay taxes, quite clear. But one thing, Councillor Bowman, that they do at the Sporting Club is they do pay rates. Be very clear, councillors, they pay rates, okay? There's a little piece of land that this sits on because it's a commercial use and they're going to make some money out of it. Then the piece of land has an amount put on it for at a commercial rate. Clearly, it would already be rated under its rural purpose as it stands. I think it would be rural. I don't think it's rated anything else. So please don't think for a minute that they're not paying rates, that they are basically having to find income to pay that. In regard to unannounced costs, when these towers get put into place, they are always long-term contracts. Given that the club already pays rates, it had no idea clearly that it would be expected of them to pay a commercial rate because they're a not-for-profit. They're not a profitable business. So I think that's the key here. Be it 1 year or 20 years, they still have to cover an income from that unit, that development. Just want to make it clear again, just in wrapping up, that they do pay their rates. It's in the contract. The rate is supposed to pay for their share of the overall rate that's paid by the organisation. So, councillors, I think if it was anything else or for any other reason, I'd never support a profitable organisation, never support them to have a concession. This concession is not to pay no rates. They pay rates on the whole of the land already. And that's to bring it back to the basics so that everyone's square and that they can effectively produce an income to be able to provide for the community. Thank you. Please support this.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. Those in favour? I have Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Zanino. That is for. The motion is lost. Against were Councillor Bowman, Podovnik, Johnson, Howlett, Catalano, Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Knight and Councillor Richardson. Thank you. 4 to 10. That takes us to the next item. It's item C 1.4. It's the promenade traffic. It's on page 450 of your agenda. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the council resolves that the city undertakes as a matter of priority a local area traffic management assessment to provide council with options of mitigating, redirecting traffic away from Arbour Drive and Brookmount Drive and onto the promenade and the Broadway. And 2, the city right to main roads WA to request reviewing traffic signals to reduce the queue time for turning right onto the promenade.
Thank you. Do I have a second to Councillor Jones? Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare it carried. We've dealt with C 1.5. We now go to C 1.6, community funding. It's on page 456. Councillor Bowman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move the council resolves to request the CEO publish on the city's website within 30 days all grant funding, sponsorship, fee waiver or reduction of fees provided to an organisation, club, group, team or individual subject to the following conditions. The reason for the financial benefit and the amount and the name of the recipient to be published. Only such circumstances listed above that equal or exceed $100. Where the circumstances of such financial benefit relate to matters of financial hardship, vulnerability, or exceptional personal circumstances that are not in the public interest to be published, that the name of the recipients will be de-identified.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? For want of a seconder, the motion lapses. That takes us to item C 1.7, Midland Oval redevelopment. It's on page 458 of your agenda. Councillor McCulloch, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Lucas. My motion, councillors, C 1.7, that the council resolve to 1. Acknowledge the approved Midland Oval redevelopment master plan as adopted by council in April 2018 and the WAPC approved November 2020 subdivision plan for the eastern side of the New Junction precinct. B, the results of the Midland Oval redevelopment precinct business plan survey showing overall community support for the plan of 65%. C, the council decision of the 15th, 12th, 21 and confirm the requirement to retain the following business buildings as identified in the city's local heritage survey and their front setbacks. 1 being lot 81, number 26 Junction Parade. 2, lot 218, number 22 Junction Parade. 3, lot 2, number 25 Junction Parade. And 4, lot 1, number 27 Junction Parade. 2, approve the CEO to commence any regulatory advertising to progress the development and construction of the mall. B, proceed with the clearance of conditions for lots on the WAPC's November 2020 approved subdivision plan dated 31st August 2020. C, progress with actions required to further implement subdivisions consistent with the adopted mall. 3, approve the 22-23 budget being amended to provide for the clearance of conditions outlined in 2 above as follows. A, Western Power Headworks charge at a cost of $100,000 funded from the Strategic Development Reserve and any shortfall to be met with municipal funds to be recouped at such a time when sufficient sales revenue is received. B, an amount of $25,000 to provide funds for costs associated with the implementation of 2A and 2C above and 5A below, funded from the budget closing position. 4, approve the long-term financial plan being changed to include all other costs associated with clearing conditions of the approved subdivision plan relating to A, construction of Grandstand Way, Verde Lane and part of Hillview Vista. B, construction of residential park, if required. And C, future plans for houses being lot 43, lot 45, Sayer Street, to be determined subject to development plans either in agreement with the developer or council agreeing to retain them within the public open space design. 5, approve the CEO to prepare A, an investment attraction campaign to attract further investment in the New Junction precinct. B, an updated funding plan for the delivery of the Maughm project to council as part of the 2023-24 budget process. C, a report on the actions taken to implement the Maughm since its adoption in 2018, detailing reasons why it has not been implemented as planned. The reason for this motion, councillors: 1, the City formally adopted the Maughm in April 2018 following an extensive consultation process over many years, which resulted in increases to open spaces within the precinct. 2, there has been no amendment to the adopted and advertised Maughm since this time, and the CEO is obliged under the Local Government Act to carry out decisions of council. 3, the WAPC has approved the Maughm and approved subdivision. 4, the residents and ratepayers of the City of Swan responded to the survey voting positively for the redevelopment and have waited too long for the redevelopment and the revitalisation of the Midlands CBD.
which is having a detrimental impact on the city's bottom line, with a future need to increase rates and reputational damage and as investment offers are being rejected. 5, there is a high demand for housing in the City of Swan, and the New Junction project will significantly assist in meeting the city's obligations under state government's Directions 2031 urban growth policy in regards to housing density and supply. Recognise the delays in delivering on council resolutions since 2018. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Jones. Is there anyone against? You wish to debate it? Thank you. You've got 5 minutes for your opening debate. Thank you, Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you. It's time to get on with the job. It's time to move forward with the legacy we need to leave for Midland and our greatest city of Swan. Mayor Lucas, I may be just a councillor from Bullsbrook with a motion for Midland, a suburb that is outside of my ward, as stated in a recent social media post. But in the 30 years that I have lived in the city of Swan, 10 of those years have been in Midland. As per the Local Government Act, I'm here to make decisions in the best interests of all residents of the City of Swan. I respect and commend other councillors' proactive initiatives to move motions outside their ward, some of those being in the ward that I represent. And I would have hoped that same respect had been afforded to me. The delays and disruptions to the New Junction development have been considerable and cannot continue. Misinformation and untruths have been consistently circulated. On one occasion...
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
What's your point of order, please?
I don't think that's the sort of language we should be hearing in this council chamber, talking about untruths.
Well, Councillor McCulloch hasn't stated what it is, but quite often I hear untruths in this chamber. Councillor Johnson, I won't look at anyone in particular, but I don't believe you have a point of order. But I do ask Councillor McCulloch to keep your comments respectful and online. Thank you.
Absolutely, Mr Mayor, but we do know that that is the case, and it has been evident in the community. Yeah.
Thank you.
I understand that people are passionate about...
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
What's your point of order?
We need to stop stating that people are being untruthful without explaining exactly what the untruth is, because otherwise it's just a smear.
I've just ruled on that, Councillor Johnson.
It was then repeated.
And I asked Councillor McCulloch to stay on point, and she's doing so. So please let her continue without interruption, unless you have a valid point of order. I've ruled differently. Thank you, Councillor. I understood perfectly, Councillor Johnson. I've ruled you haven't got a point of order. Please continue, Councillor McCulloch.
I understand that people are passionate about what they believe in, but the time has come to move into a new era that is the visionary plan for Midlands revitalisation. My motion, Mayor Lucas, allows us to get on with the job at hand to provide direction and clarity where there has been disruption and blurred lines over the past few years. My motion also takes into account and respects the previous decision of Council in regards to the heritage buildings on the avenue and the potential utilisation of 43 and 45 Sayers Street for the Perth History Museum. If we move away from this endorsed master plan, the time delays, additional costs and subsequent disruption may take years. Yes, years. A new master plan will require a whole new process. Will also require the closing of our current business plan and time to develop a new one. Years in the making. A majority of consultancies will need to be re-engaged at large costs. Our New Junction project has taken everything into consideration that brings benefit to our residents, the wider City of Swan community, businesses, to name a few. Here, let me remind us, is but a few important considerations that the New Junction development speaks to. The project realises and facilitates the progression of Midland as a strategic metropolitan centre to a large hinterland catchment. This state-level master plan responds to WAPC planning policies, Directions 2031, and activity centre outcomes, providing higher densities close to public transport and amenity. We need to go up and we need to create the population density that the development before us facilitates. It connects the old town centre to the new town centre.
the strategic connections to Midland Gate Hospital, workshops, university and train station. Public open space and piazza provides for our diverse populations, varying ages and abilities, spaces that bring community together, provide a backdrop for iconic events, and very importantly, provide for both day and nighttime activation. Lots and buildings have been designed for passive surveillance to create a safe community, to provide noise mitigation and regulation for events. Extensive community consultation over years that engage residents to help design places and spaces within the precincts. Our already established Wheat Park was designed by children in our community. The development assists in reducing emissions, which is a major concern for this council, through the urban design of New Junction near to the Metronet stations. This is the Transport Sectoral Emissions Reduction Strategy for urban transport. It's critical to slow the growth in emissions and improve affordable housing and transport. 650 trees, of which 130 have already been planted, significantly addresses and contributes to reducing Midland's heat island effect. This project is moved with the vision that council would facilitate it. Having that control would lead to both social and economic benefits for Midland and the wider area, and ultimately bring rates in perpetuity.
You have 1 minute left.
A vision, provision, and a legacy for generations to come. It's important to note that our New Junction guidelines address comprehensive precinct guidelines, built form and detailed plans incorporating climate and environmental conditions. The impact of amendments to the master plan since 2018, $10 million. How much more will it cost in amendments and changes before we can actually get on with the already comprehensive master plan before us? Mayor Lucas, do we really want to continue to hold up a development that holds the key to Midland's revitalisation and long-term economic future? Do we really want to disappoint our community when they've said a clear yes and go right back to the beginning to reshape this project at a huge financial cost and additional years of delays? Our residents can't wait that long. Our community can't wait that long. Our businesses can't wait that long. Let's focus on the comprehensive plan for New Junction. Let's have faith in knowing that the experts, experienced consultants and state departments have got this right. And
Thank
let's
you,
agree.
Councillor McCulloch. Can I
Three
ask-
more words. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor. Let's agree
Please
to
continue.
finish what we started and finish well.
Thank you. Councillor Jones is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor McCulloch has covered most of it really well. And we've also heard tonight that many of our residents just want us to get on with the job. If we don't get on with the job, we're potentially going to lose interested developers as they'll go to other areas. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Bowman.
Amendment.
What's your amendment?
My amendment is.
Sorry, I said Councillor Bowman. Sorry, Councillor Jones. I thought Councillor Bowman said amendment. I asked what's your amendment, but I did indicate he had the floor first. So please proceed, Councillor Bowman. You have 5 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, I'll start with the question first. Was the Midland Oval redevelopment master plan, did that include keeping those 4 heritage properties? And if not, how's 1A and 1C work? They not being opposite? If you've got a Midland Oval master plan, that was to get rid of them, but now we're saying they are. How can we have 1A?
I think you'll find my understanding of reading the motion, Councillor Bowman, is to adopt the Midland Master Plan as adopted, but the decision of later decision of council on the 15th of December 2021 retains those 4 houses as listed.
So, but the master plan that was adopted didn't. So we're amending the master plan of 2018 or not. Otherwise, 1A and 1C, in my opinion, is in conflict unless it's as amended.
Mr. CEO.
Through the chair, perhaps I can answer that, councillor. Recommendation number 1C, along with 1A and 1B, simply recognises past actions and in certainly A and C cases, council decisions. There's nothing in 1C, in my view, that finally commits the retention of those 4 properties to be permanently listed in the local heritage survey. It simply says at this point, it's recognising the decision that is a council decision that has been made.
Okay, so my follow-on question is that those 4 heritage properties could be decided to be knocked down at a later stage, based on what I've just heard from you, Mr. CEO.
In my view, yes, at some later stage, if council decided that way.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, during my time on council, the Midland Oval Development has consumed a large...
Are you entering debate there? Yeah. Thank you.
A large amount of council's time. It's created some of the biggest division and has simply put the spotlight on this council and not for good reasons. It's a very simple equation. One group on council is fully supportive of the 2018 adopted master plan, and the other group is totally for the 4-hectare ovals. Comments have been made, give us the 4-hectare oval and we'll let you do what you want. And there's also been the comment, we've already compromised, we're not giving them anything more. It sort of reminds me of my kids at home when they're fighting over something. But at least at home, as a parent, I can step in. Councillors, the 2018 adopted master plan cannot go ahead as adopted, perhaps because I need to remind some councillors that council resolved and resolved no less without any financial information being provided to retain 4 heritage homes, a cost of which I have estimated being $5 million ratepayers' money. When I was first elected and there was a full council, it seemed pretty obvious to me that there were 7 councillors in strong support and 7 councillors in strong opposition. So what did I do? I set about reading every document, minutes, strategies that was ever produced regarding the Midland Oval redevelopment, and then researched and looked at not only what is being done in Australia-wide, but the trends that are occurring, but also research examples from overseas. Councillors, we have now just gone through a series of workshops that at times felt like, to me, mediation sessions. I still recall after the first workshop, the presenter going around the room asking each councillor what he or she thought. I remember thinking to myself, yeah, sure. After hearing comments such as, it was great to finally start discussing our options, it was great to hear others' issues and concerns, and of course then there was me. And my comment was, what a waste of time and money. We'll go through this process and nothing will change. It was obvious then and it's obvious now. Fast forward a number of months, lots of sticky notes and butcher's paper, a number of arguments, or if you don't want to call them that, then very heated raised conversations where those involved were expressing different views. Me being called Switzerland and told I can't sit on the fence, I have to pick a side. After all that is now confirmed. It was a waste of time and money and nothing has changed. There was simply no willingness to find a solution to move forward, and perhaps some councillors wanted this. The workshop facilitator states, and I understand that members of the public have already been provided the whole report, the score shows there are 2 different schools of thought. Comments focus on dissent rather than suggestions that could be used to bring the 2 groups towards an agreeable good design. There was little to no offer to consider a new design. Option 5 represented an opportunity to find the middle ground. Emotion continued to influence. I expect that reputational, and this is the consultant, reputational, economic and other risks will begin to emerge with a material impact on the city. I was hoping that option 5 would be considered openly and a suitable compromise could be found with more exploration. The focus of council largely remains on what we don't want rather than how we can align and best move forward. Councillors, I'm not sure about you, but this is my opinion, and this is a somewhat damning report that quite clearly shows that no one was prepared to work together to reach a common ground, to come to a decision supported by the majority of councillors. Even with a full council, a 7-8 or an 8-7 decision will do nothing. Things will change in less than 12 months' time with the next local government election. And if the numbers change one way or the other, I expect we'll be back at it again. I've consistently stated we cannot be in the same spot in 12 months' time. Mr. Mayor, Is interest how I've seen this issue being played out in the community over the last few days. Since the agenda became public, the comments about a Bullsbrook councillor, the emails received from
1 minute left.
certain councillor support that clearly are picking sides and not looking at the issues at large. The provision of the consultants report to members of the public, the personal attacks on Facebook by certain individuals and other groups, the previous mayor lobbying before I and I expect other councillors even knew this item was on the agenda, the rolling out of the same comments by the same people, the same mistruths and incorrect facts. And not once have I seen anywhere where anyone has suggested ideas to move forward, suggested how we can do things better, how we can get a good outcome, both economically, socially, and environmentally. Councillors, I'm interested in what the silent majority of our residents and ratepayers think. My role, like all elected councillors, is to make a decision that is in the best interest of all our residents and ratepayers. Some will state that 65% of residents are in support, which may be true of the small numbers that responded. But that also indicates that 35% of the small number that responded are against. For most, though, I expect they simply do not want to see their ratepay.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. How much more have we got left?
I'll ask for another minute and a half, please.
Is there any objection to that? You wish to object, Councillor McCulloch?
Yeah, because I had probably a minute and a half.
Well, I asked you how long you had, and you said 4.
Well, I cut it down.
Well, you should have pushed your luck. I'll ask again. I need a motion to go that way. Move Councillor Johnson, seconded Councillor Richardson. Is there anyone against? Please be as quick as you can. Thank you, Councillor Bowman.
Councillors, one thing that I've done that perhaps others haven't, and that is I've listened to both sides. I've considered opinions of differing views, and I've tried to find a middle ground that allowed both sides to get closer to what they want. Mr. Mayor, option 5 that the consultant refers to was my option. I don't personally like it, but what I like and what I don't like must not be a consideration. It is what's the best for the community. Mr. Mayor, an option that increases public open space by more than 2 acres, an option that creates a more walkable community, an option that meets the objectives, an option that provides for car parking now into the future, an option that keeps the potential future rate income at a similar amount, and an option that will reduce the capital outlay by $25 million is an option that should have been considered by both sides, is an option that provides middle ground, is an option that provides the financial benefits, the social benefits, and the environmental benefits. Imagine, councillors, what an extra $25 million, although with today's figures applied, this could be up to $40 million, could be used for throughout the city of Swan. That is an extra $25 to $40 million to build new playgrounds, new community centres, new library, the list could go on. Or is $25 to $40 million debt that we don't leave for the future ratepayers. Now, I know that some have and will try and find issues with this option. They will pick out faults as not their option, which is exactly what has been the issue from the start. But it is an option that allows for the development to commence. It's an option that allows for more public open space and more green space. It's an option that will bring together community. Mr. Mayor, I cannot support this motion, nor more than support a motion that I'm sure the other side of council would want to put forward. There are some great potentials, great opportunities available to the City of Swan, to Midland and to our residents. But these can only be achieved by a willingness to work together and to find a middle ground. If we don't, as like the consultant has indicated, reputational, economic and other risks will begin to emerge with a material impact on the city.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion.
I've got a question.
Question, Councillor Dodley.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something that the CEO said. From what I understand of this motion, the council decision of the 15th of December 2021, this motion acknowledges the requirement to retain the buildings. That was a council decision. And I wanted to ask Leon as well from planning, from what I understand, and please confirm this, that was enacted by council decision. Those houses are protected and it didn't require a scheme amendment. Is that correct?
Mr. van der Linde.
Mr. Mayor, through you, the decision of council on the 15th of December 2021 was to retain those 4 houses, which were classified as category 3 heritage properties under our heritage classification, which that classification doesn't put it in the heritage list under the scheme, so it doesn't have statutory protection under the scheme. So the council took that decision on the 12th on the 15th of December as the landowners of the land. So under the heritage regime, you don't have to retain it, but council made a decision as landowners to retain it. And then by the addition of that 1C to the motion, as it's been read now, how I see it is 1A acknowledges the initial approval of the MORM, but C then adds an addendum to it to say, well, you go ahead with the MORM subject to the retention of those 4 properties.
Thank you. I'm not going to end the debate. I'm asking for a thank you, councillor. Speaker for the motion.
Amendment.
Councillor Henderson's going to speak, and then you can move.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
The dialogue that is started was distracting.
Well, we're just probably seeking some clarification, so I think this is an important point.
Through the chair, sorry, councillor.
Have you got a question, Councillor Podolnik?
I guess there's been a concern raised from my fellow councillor to the right, Jennifer Catalano, that potentially this, at any point, those houses can be demolished. But from what I understand, I'm seeking confirmation, any council decision can, any future council can make a decision if we're the owners to go in a different direction. And there's no motion that we can put on the table even tonight to make it a permanent decision. Is that correct?
That's as I understand it, Mr. Vanderlyn. You confirming that? Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Question, Mr. Mayor. I have previously said amendment at about the same time that Councillor.
Well, Councillor Henderson had his hand up before you mentioned a question or an amendment. So, Councillor Henderson, you can speak for your 5 minutes if needed to, and then I'll take your next, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Bowman came up with some interesting discussion, and perhaps I've been around this a lot longer than you, and hence got a lot more understanding of it. I was actually...
Order, Mr. Mayor. The fact that I've only been on council for a year and Councillor Henderson's been on for however long has no relevance to how much I understand about it and how much he does.
Okay, I'll uphold the point of order. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. If you can withdraw that remark and keep to the...
I will withdraw. Thank you, Mayor. And to expand, perhaps rather than utilising that terminology, the charrette process that the city, then Shire, undertook, that's where I was heading, came up with a very solid foundation and reasoning to get this thing going. And sure, it's taken a long time to get where we're at now. Just want to say, though, and in part of that process, there was consideration made for the public open space, and millions were spent on Middle Swan to sporting grounds to enhance and cover that. More importantly, though, when we get to the public open space that was already designed into the original plan, that wasn't enough for the community. They said they wanted more. The council said, okay, it was actually expanded. And that concession has already been made, is my point. Now we have a plan that wants to consume a significant pile more of the land. And think of it like this, of the 11 odd hectares, every square metre that we've had to buy, every square metre of that land, sure, it belongs to the ratepayers, but the point is from a commercial perspective, is actually worth a fair bit of money. So having given up a concession already on the public open space to expand it, I feel it's, I was disappointed that there was another bite came back for even more. And I say I'm disappointed purely because of the economics of it. The economics of it actually make this thing very, very difficult to get anywhere. And I originally asked the question, will this make a profit for the City of Swan councillors, for council and ratepayers? And the answer was that depends on what council decides in the future. But the point is there were options to be able to perhaps make a little bit of money or lose a little bit of money or break even or the like. And so given that, and given that we want to take a whole pile more land, and we're talking about the negotiation, that is where I started, Councillor Bowman, the negotiation question is one that's problematic because the negotiation's been done. Just want to cover the, and that's sort of my view, is it was done, in fact, at the cost of ratepayers because further land was lost. So the economics of it became more difficult. Now, if you want to talk about business, business wants this done. Jobs, we want to have jobs for people. We want to put people into the centre of Midland so that the town can be revitalised and grow and be prosperous. And slowly but surely, Midland is reshaping. This is the next step forward for Midland. So the other thing is for business, the opportunity cost has been staggering. We heard that in deputations. If we're not prepared to listen to business, well, and they see that there's just simply going to be no benefit because it doesn't have the economics attached to it.
You have 1 minute left, thank you.
Thank you. Then they may well not even want to invest, and that worries me. The point is we need the investment to make this work. So the extra cost is key. The need for business and jobs is key. The negotiations have already been done once, and now there's further. To wrap it up, I think in terms of future council decisions, they will always be there. That's the nature of the beast. We can't predict the future. We should be getting on with what was planned a long time ago and making this work because it's going to be good for Midland. The majority want it, and frankly, to say that we haven't been able to negotiate a fundamental point to me is not right. Councillors, to me, that's been done, and we should approve this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Amendment, Mr Mayor.
What's your amendment, please?
My amendment, Mr Mayor, is that there will be a new section 6, and the new section 6 will read as follows: that the CEO publish the Midland Oval Precinct financial reports from 2011 to 2021 as prepared for the council by Mr Ron Back. This is it, for the avoidance of doubt.
Can I just ask you to repeat that so I can have it on the whiteboard so we can see it, and then I'll ask you.
I'll try and get it exactly this time, Mr Mayor.
So it's
a new section 6 that reads that the CEO publish the Midland Oval Precinct financial reports from 2011 to 2021.
okay. First, I'll have to ask if that's agreeable to the move and the seconder.
Mayor Lucas, a reason for that addition?
Mr Johnson.
Because a motion of council has already moved that way, has already resolved that way, and yet the report was produced, it had confidential written all over it. So the people of the residents, ratepayers, and electors of the city of Swan can understand the finances of the Midland Oval Precinct.
So are you saying that the report you want now published is a confidential item?
Yeah, it's currently confidential. It was I'll move this in, explain this in debate, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll ask again, Councillor McCulloch or Councillor Jones, are you happy to accept that as part of your?
No, sorry, Mayor Lucas.
Okay, then.
Councillors have been given those reports and they are of a confidential nature.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. There is opposition by the mover and the seconder. I'll ask if you've got a seconder for your amendment, and then I'll ask you to start the debate. But if it's confidential information in those reports, then we may have to close the meeting, go behind closed doors if you want to discuss anything in those reports because it's confidential. So, Councillor Howard, I'll take you're the seconder to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, some time ago, I moved a motion that the CEO would produce a set of financial reports for this council. The idea is to produce a balance sheet, cash flow, and P&L for each year of the Midland Oval precinct, so that we were able to compare this business against other similar businesses. And the reason we needed that document was so that our ratepayers can see what is being done with their money. So this is the report just here, Mr. Mayor. So it contains information that is in the public domain, and I'm going to refer to it. But this is a report produced by Mr. Ronback to accounting standards, and it is vital that it is published. When this council moved to produce this report, and this would not have been produced without a resolution of council, it said in it to publish it. And when this was produced with confidential written all over it, that was never the intention of council. And what I was told by the CEO at the time, stuff was, oh well, once we've completed the workshops, then we'll publish it. So that appears to be the time. So if this motion is successful at this point, these financial reports should be published. It is absolutely vital. Our ratepayers, like shareholders in any organisation, need to know how their money is being spent. So this is public domain information, Mr. Mayor. You can get it out there. So what it tells them clearly is that there is $70 million capital employed, and that has
just
been,
stop you there.
that is public domain information.
Well, I'm just making sure that you don't release any information if that item is still confidential.
Mr. Mayor, the information is also available in the public domain.
I'm just asking.
I'm being
you
really
not
clear
to,
with you.
Well,
I'm being really clear.
I'm just making sure you don't release any information in that confidential report in this form.
That's right, Mr. Mayor. So I'm being very
Please
clear
continue.
for your understanding that everything I am saying is in the public domain. Do you understand?
Please, councillors, all I'm making sure, Councillor Johnson, is that you don't release any information in that confidential report in this open meeting.
Mr. Mayor, as I said, absolutely categorically, I'm
specifics,
not going to do that.
Thank you.
So
Well,
please stop correcting me. It's inappropriate.
No, I haven't corrected you once. I'm just giving you.
You
a
are
warning.
interrupting
Thank
the
you.
debate. Please do not interrupt me further.
I'm
It's a
trying to
serious
protect
matter.
you, Councillor Johnson. Please proceed.
Right, have you finished?
Please proceed.
Thank you. So, councillors, this is a substantial undertaking here. We have $70 million of our ratepayers' money as capital employed. And what our ratepayers would like to know is how much money have we actually made? So, councillors, as everybody knows out there, nothing. So the money is just not being gainfully employed. And that's a serious matter. And that's why we need to publish this information. Now, councillors, and this is not confidential information. When we originally looked at the Oval precincts, we had the WA Treasury Commission Corporation come in, and they told us that the net present value of the project was about minus $40 million. That is an indication straight away to anybody that I'll come to later in the debate that you would not proceed with the project. So that's right at the beginning of the project when we could have gone in a different direction. Council resolved to produce these financial reports, and these financial reports confirm that there is no money being made here. There is no financial benefit, and it's quite important that our residents, ratepayers and electors see this information. I do not think it can be confidential any longer, and there was never any intention of making it confidential. For for councillors to understand this, the CEO in the Local Government Act is able to stamp any document confidential, anything at all. That is a role that he has. He can do that. So even if council says produces this report, he can put confidential on it, and the only way to de-confidentialise it is to have a resolution of council. So that's why we need to do this. So confidential was put on it so that we could have the workshops, but it appears, and it would be released after the workshops, but it appears that the workshops are now over. And if this motion gets up, then we have to make this information available. It's as simple as that. So councillors, I'd urge you to support this. If you are interested in economics, you're interested in business, you're interested in the success of this project, you would want to have the financial information out there. Now, this is not anybody's private information. It is purely how much money, how much of our ratepayers' money is being expended on this project and how. So there's nothing in there that refers to any contracts or anything at all. It's purely P&L, cash flow and balance sheet. So please support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howell is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Nothing to add.
Thank you. Speaker against the amendment. Councillor Henderson first.
I'll be brief. Councillor Johnson knows full well that there are a number of options to be able to pursue at different costs, and also to say that we've made no money. Well, we've actually made some sales, so that's misleading information. I want to be clear about the process. Can't just take the finances of one-sided argument. It will be dependent upon decisions that council make. It will also reflect over time the rise and fall in the financial affairs of the country, all of those factors. The key thing here is that your councils will ultimately decide what they're going to spend and how they're going to spend. Sure, we've spent some money to get this established, but the long-term benefit is not just monetary gain. It's, as I said earlier, it's the opportunity for growth. It's the opportunity for people to live and work and play, all of those things. And that is part of the overall finances as well. I don't believe that publishing that information is going to produce any real benefit, because the problem is it will change as it evolves.
Thank you. Speaker for the amendment. Speaker against the amendment, Councillor McCulloch.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. The statement that what money have we actually made? Nothing. We have $60 to $70 million in assets. We haven't got on with the project to generate income because we've had a project that has stalled for the past 2 years due to motions and decisions. So that's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Speaker for the amendment. Speakers against the amendment, Councillor Congdon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's quite interesting that the Ronback financial report, when Ronback wasn't at the meetings that we attended, with the scenarios that were presented to the councillors. And if I remember correctly, there was a number of options that were placed in front of all councillors, which demonstrated the profit margins on the various options. And you may recall, councillor, that I said on a number of occasions, rates in perpetuity were never a consideration. If you take this to its nth degree of a 20, 25, 30, 35, 40-year development, it produces an income to the city that is unquestionable. Unquestionable. So I think it's to say let's go and release a confidential item that only shows one part of the picture and not all of the picture is inappropriate.
Thank you. Speaker for the amendment, Councillor Catalano.
I have to just counter that argument about rates revenue because people pay their rates because they expect services. And I believe that currently we do actually operate a loss on providing services in ratio to rates income. And for high density urban areas, the costs of servicing those areas can be extremely high unless you want to end up with an awful lot of problems. So rates in perpetuity, service costs in perpetuity.
Any other speakers for or against the motion? No other speakers. Councillor Johnson, your right to reply, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, councillors, these are financial reports. They're history, so they show what's happened in the past, and that's normally what companies produce. So for Councillor Congleton to be saying that's got nothing to do with the decisions that we're making in the workshops, well, he's absolutely right. It's not. So that's project. Looking forward is project account finance and project management. Looking backwards is accountancy. So in order for people to be able to look back over the last 9 years when we've been pursuing this project, we need to actually see what the outcome was. So have we been successful or not? Have we met our goals? And these reports demonstrate pretty conclusively to any accountant one way or the other. So that's why we need to publish them. It's really that simple. If you roll back in time to when we were projecting a negative net present value and no internal rates of return to speak. Internal rates of return to speak of, it was negative. What the reports do is to determine whether that happened or not, and it's pretty clear what's happened. So we should be publishing this information, Mr. Mayor. All companies, I know we're not a company, but all organisations investing money in the region of $70 million would be expected to produce a financial report every year to explain how they're using the money. So that's all it is. It's just standard accounting. And it would be an enormous concern if this council did not reveal this information.
Thank you. I'll now put the amendment as moved by Councillor Johnson. Those in favour? I have Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Knight and Councillor Richardson, which is 6. The amendment is lost. Those against were Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Congleton, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch. Okay, that takes us back to the substantive motion, and I'm looking for a speaker for the motion. Councillor Congleton, thank you.
When I came back to council in 2019, I was pretty disappointed this hadn't moved on from where it was. And I'm probably now even more disappointed in the last 3 years, and in particular, the last 6 or 12 months, that we've gone through all of these workshops, and the options that were provided, only 10 out of 14 councillors bothered to fill in the forms. Only 10, and the 4 that didn't know who they are, didn't bother. Sorry. Only 10 filled it in, the other 4 did not. So why didn't the 4 bother to fill out the forms? Perhaps because they had a vested interest in their own promotion of what they thought it should look like, rather than looking at the objective view. So when the final report came out that you all received, then it's quite interesting that the average score for option 1 was 39 and its nearest was 28, and all of the rest. Sorry, am I interrupting you, Councillor?
Yes.
I am interrupting you.
Sorry, Councillor Congleton, please proceed.
Disrespectful, Mr. Mayor. Out of the other options were there, scored 3A 14, 3B 14, 4 14 and 5 14. But if you actually go down to the report itself, it says the workshops provide an opportunity for councillors' input and rich debate. I was hoping that options 4 and 5 will be considered openly and suitable compromise could be found with more exploration. However, future solutions, clearer development and business objectives have not emerged. The focus of the council largely remains on what we don't want to rather how can we align and best move forward. So one would suggest that is no matter what we do, this is not moving forward. And I quote the words that were quoted by Councillor Bowman. Give us 4 hectares and you can have what you like. Isn't that a bizarre comment to make? Give us 4 hectares and you can have what you like. And that was echoed at the meeting that we attended, all of us attended, and that was the commentary around the room. Further to the report, it said, I do not believe that the current council will likely find common ground. After almost 6 months of debate, I believe the only way forward is to vote on a preferred option and once chosen, develop a new strategy and action to achieve the outcomes. This is the report that was provided to everyone in this room for you to read. I don't know how many read it, but it clearly states unless a council resolution is made, it is going to stay exactly like this, almost forevermore. Because don't forget, we've gone from 218 to a resolution to 222 to another resolution and lots of resolutions in between. And we still can't find agreement to move forward. But I am surprised, Councillor Johnson, and that you could see a way to move forward to this only on the provision that a document that is confidential is released. And I find that to be bizarre in itself.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, that's not what I've said at all. I've just moved an amendment to publish accounting information. So that's
Yes, we've dealt with the amendment and it was lost. Councillor Johnson, if you can please proceed. Councillor
Thank
Condon.
you. So
a minute and 20 seconds left.
I might ask for another minute and a half.
Well, let's get to the 5 minutes first.
So I think it's important that finally, at long last, that we have this motion on the table to move forward. And I think if we don't move forward, then we're going to go through no more workshops because they're all completed. We have a large number of people in the community that want this, and there's probably a number of people in the community that don't want it. So that's where you get that I want it, I don't want it balanced view. But we can't keep going back and go, well, I'm not going to decide on anything. And something magical is going to appear like, oh, give us the 4 hectares and we'll let everything go through. So I can't subscribe to that. That's almost like some little kid saying to mum, if you give me that bag of lollies, I'll promise to brush my teeth tonight. It doesn't work like that. So, councillors, support 1.7. Let's move on with this. And I'm sure it's not the end of where we are. There'll be other things to look at along the journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors and those in the gallery that came tonight and for waiting for so long to go through this. Bear with me with this speech because there's quite a bit involved and whether my pages are in order might be a different matter. When I came on council 3 years ago, this was the hottest topic and has been and always has and will be dominated in council here. Second would be the Ellenbrook pool. I can't believe that in 3 years we've had no resolution to the Midland Oval and the pool. Councillors, I cannot and will not support Councillor McCulloch's motion tonight. The question I have for the public gallery and for the ratepayers is, why is one councillor attached or so invested in going against the community?
Some of those who lived and worked in Midland
Thank
for
you.
30 years.
Sorry, resume your seat, Councillor Richardson. What's your point of order?
Sorry,
Councillor
just a
McCulloch?
statement that I am, you know, as a councillor, detached, and I can't remember
didn't
the
say
last.
detached. I didn't
Going
say
against, I'm sorry,
No, I
that is
said
a,
invested.
and going against the
say against.
community.
I think you did say going
Yeah,
against the community. So
I'm sorry,
I'll
but
just
that
ask you to
is
withdraw
a
that comment.
generalisation.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Richardson. The comment has been withdrawn. Please
Okay.
continue.
And some of those who've lived and worked in Midland for 30 years as well are in the gallery, who work and live here as well, and who are members of many Midland community groups. No one I know has ever wanted or asked me for a visionary plan for Midland Oval. You'd think that'd be a bit strange considering I work at the hospital and see hundreds of patients a year, and generally they're pretty much all in the city of Swan or even out to Kalgoorlie and up. No one's ever said, oh, you're a councillor. Oh, I'll tell you what I want for Midland Oval. No one's even mentioned it. But I tell you, if you take their space, then they've got something to say. If Councillor McCulloch knew the residents and the ratepayers, she'd know no one is asking for apartment complexes or businesses in that area, and no one I know that lives in Midland.
Point of order, Mr.
Thank you. Point of order, Councillor McCulloch.
Sorry, as a councillor across the city of Swan, just the statement, if I knew my residents and ratepayers, I'm sorry.
Yes, I think that's a bit demeaning, Councillor.
I withdraw my comment.
Thank you. And if I could ask you to be respectful of all councillors in future when you're debating, particularly on this item, and just stick to the facts and perhaps don't make personalities part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask, no one's asking for apartment complexes or businesses in that area. No one I know that lives in Midland or works in Midland or nearby lives in an apartment complex, and no families I know with families would move them to an apartment complex. In relation to Councillor McCulloch's statements, iconic events, I question there was no room at two significant events on the weekend. A lady I heard leaving an event on the weekend said on the phone to somebody else, it's too packed here. There's no more time for me to enjoy seeing the circus on that oval or seeing sport played in that oval now it's been moved out. The playground has been designed, may have been designed by children, but an adult implemented it. It's a dangerous hot steel seep slide and parents aren't even close enough to be able to see their children. When the entire oval was packed on the weekend, there wouldn't have been enough room around that playground for parents to be able to stand and supervise their children, nor was there not enough room for children to sit down or sit in a chair or run around at the event that was on. There simply wasn't enough space on that oval or green area. Councillor Bowman talked about the workshops that we attended. In the 3 years, those workshops that I attended was the first time in 3 years that I began to see the animosity slowly dispel in that room, to the point where I could actually have a conversation about Midland Oval. Now, whether we liked being there or whether we didn't like being there, we all had, the facilitator working with us to try and get some sort of common ground. Now, I knew that it was probably only going to be fleeting, that, we were doing it because we were doing it, but ratepayers are paying for those workshops that we attended. Those 3 nights, the staff hours that were invested in that, we had a responsibility to sit there, do the work, go through the process and wait for the end result. I was a bit shocked when I got the facilitator's report and said that he'd withdrawn as well. I thought we were going to go for a last session and sit down, find out what he found out, have a good chat, go around the table again. Maybe we didn't come to a consensus on which plan A, B, C, D, B. There was like 30 plans around the room of what everyone wanted. But it's not like we had a design consultant in the room going, hey, well, what do you think? What should we put here? What can we have? They were already pre-made plans stuck around the room. But at least the animosity broke down for those 3 sessions where we were actually able to be civil to one another. Maybe there wasn't an end result. Maybe it will keep going on and on. But I must admit, it was the first time in 3 years that I saw people having conversations with others. Yeah, there were a couple of heated debates, but you know what? First time ever I saw it.
Yeah,
so I'll be honest.
Left, thank you.
I mean, I didn't get through half of what I had on this speech, but I can tell you that Midland is iconic in its heritage and its value. Look at York, look at Northam, look at Guildford. Call us backwards, call us what you like, call us before the horse and cart, whatever you want. But people come to historic towns and they come on the weekends to spend their money, and they come during the week for events. And if you lose sight of how iconic and the heritage value it has, and you go and slap some apartment complexes on it and some businesses that aren't open on the weekends, no one says, let's go to Midland to go to the piazza and get an ice cream on the weekend. Oh, where you think that a piazza and businesses is going to bring people to on the weekend? It's not where I go to on the weekend. I don't go, hey kids, let's go get an ice cream from the piazza. No, I drag them to heritage towns so they can appreciate what they've got, so they can maintain and help save those iconic features in that town. That's why we live around the area. That's why we go to those places and shop around the area.
Thank you, Councillor Richard. Have you got much left?
A lot.
Thank you. Speaker for the amendment. Councillor. Well, I was going to give that opportunity and she decided to sit down, Councillor Johnson. Have you got anything more to say, Councillor Richardson? Thank you.
So, I mean, there's a lot on these pages and not enough time to talk about this. I'd be happy to go back with facilitator and finish the last session so we can say, ratepayers, we use this money of yours because we're trying to come to consensus so we can get this moving. It's not fair for one councillor who doesn't live in the ward to come up with a motion to progress something that the community don't want.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. That's an unfair
Okay,
comment.
fine.
Other councillors.
I withdraw that. I
Thank
withdraw that
you.
comment.
Cheek shot, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. All councillors
They
are
do.
elected to represent the entire city, and that
It
means
is-
every ward. Thank you.
It does.
So you've withdrawn the comment?
Thank you. Councillors, more than $43 million has been spent on the Midland Oval so far, plus more and more to come. Some of the ratepayers in Ellenbrook don't even understand what the Morme is. No offence to any of the other councillors. They don't understand what it is and what money's been spent there. I've heard money being spent in the future in 40 years. I will be in a wheelchair by then. My kids and their families will be going to those iconic events and those places, and I hope that they're still there for them. It's not like they're going to go, hey kids, let's go to the piazza in 40 years' time and get an ice cream. Okay, they're going to go and look at those buildings that I've taught them to look and appreciate and understand the craftsmanship, the things that went into the history of the Midland workshops. That's an area that needs to be developed. Britain has lots of ex-army barracks turned into beautiful housing and developments, and you know, we've got these empty buildings sitting over here. Leave our green space here and alone. If we did the same thing to something in the Swan Valley or to Ellenbrook and took away their festival areas, would that be fair? No. Councillors, I'm asking you to finish that last session with the facilitator to continue the ongoing discussions around Midland Oval and to work with the community. I don't think that's a unreasonable request tonight. I hope that we can continue to keep the communication lines open that I saw possible, and they were possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Speaker against the motion. Councillor Catalano.
Thank you. I just want to say that, yes, the notice that the mediation session had been cancelled was a bit like a Dear John letter, you know. I thought we had something going. Dear John, it's all over. I mean, what a way to treat a fellow councillor. I was shocked. I was shocked. I thought we were onto something, but oh no, Dear John, it's all over. Oh, it's bad to be treated like that. It really is. It's really more than disappointing. It's bad. Look, the thing is about Midland urban renewal, it's been going on for decades that I can remember, at a lot of ratepayers' money. Hey, let's just start with Scheme 12, shall we? That wasn't very much of a success, was it? What have we got? A dead town centre for the last 30 years. And now we've got traffic congestion down at Clayton Street. Now we've got urban blight all over the place, empty blocks, boarded up housing on Morrison Road. I think we know which one we're talking about. And we've got very unhappy ratepayers. Not only in Midland, we've got unhappy ratepayers throughout the city because they can't get any money for their basic amenities. Okay. The fundamentals of this MORM have been, the fundamentals underlying, as I said tonight, the Midland Regional Strategic Centre scheme, which is in the LPS, right? It's a changed beast. The train station's not going to be at the end of Cale Street. Hey, Midland Gate they've just basically closed down their restaurant strip. Doesn't that tell you something about their confidence in Kale Street becoming the new, entertainment strip? Ain't going to happen, because you know why? Because the train station's gone. Helena Street's closing. How's that going to affect transport? And that's the thing, the basic transport and public transport assumptions underlying them all have changed so significantly. This is, this is crazy to be going on with this right now, because what we're effectively doing is turning that precinct into basically roads so that people can get in and get out to Midland Gate as fast as possible. This is not about keeping people in Midland. This is about getting people in and out of Midland Gate as fast as they can get. And Councillor Richardson's right. Who is going to hang around this precinct where it's basically bitumen, concrete, and empty spaces? I mean, I look at Juniper Gardens, and I did ask Councillor this week, so how successful is the community at Juniper Gardens, around that park there? And she said, oh, they keep to themselves. That's not my vision for the Oval, and it never has been my vision. My vision is a sort of European ambience, if you can imagine. Just imagine that, you've got like, I don't know, we're talking about summer afternoons, mornings, and you've got this round, big, huge Central Park going up to the extent of the cycleway. And around that, you've got apartment blocks where people live, where they have offices. On the ground floor, you've got commercial spaces, you've got retail, you've got coffee shops, you've got restaurants. You're sitting there outside the coffee shop or at the restaurant. Your kids are playing in that park just across from you on the path. There's no transport, there's no traffic, there's no congestion, there's no fumes, there's no safety. It's a pedestrian precinct. People go there and they'll stay there because that's how they form communities. Because, oh, hi. It's not like, oh my God, I don't feel like going down there. I don't want to cross the traffic. All these people that are shooting in from Morrison Road to go to Midland Gate and back again. I mean, who wants to be there? This has got to be for residents. This has got to be for residential purposes. We've got to keep the people there. It's got to be pleasant. It's got to be beautiful. It's got to be green. It's got to be leafy. It's got to be ambient, not ugly, hot, hard tarmac and concrete.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Have you got much left?
Yes, thanks. I just want to go on a little bit as well.
I'll give you another minute. Thank you.
All right, thanks. We've got to get. I understand everyone's really desperate to get on with it, but there's no point getting on with it if the fundamentals aren't right. And we'll end up with another Scheme 12, where we've ended up with a dead town centre, and everyone's saying, "Can we open Great Northern Highway?" It can't happen, and that's the same case with this Oval. Get it wrong, and it's not going to be fixable. It can't be fixable. Now, I just want to say, councillors, the decision that we make on the Oval is our legacy. It's your legacy. It's your personal legacy. It's not about, oh, I can't stand her, I can't stand him. It's about a legacy that you leave to the community, not just the community of Midland, but to the whole of the ratepayers of the City of Swan. And I want you to get that legacy right. I want you to be able to have something that you can be proud of in 10 years and say, I'm glad I contributed to that. I don't want you to have to turn around and say and have to admit to yourself that you failed.
Thank you,
just
Councillor
like
Catalano.
we've failed in the last 30 years in Midland.
Thank you. Speaker for the amendment. Councillors, I know it's just after 10:10. I'll seek direction. Do you want to continue to finish this item, or do you want to come back next week and finish it?
Let's finish it.
Everyone's agreeable we'll finish this item tonight, and then we'll adjourn. Thank you. I'll call for a speaker for the motion. Any other speakers for or against the motion? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, Mr. Mayor, after those wonderfully passionate speeches by Councillor Catalano and Councillor Richardson, I'm afraid mine's going to be a bit of a, not going to be quite so exciting. I guess I'm just a boring technocrat, really. And I've written my speech out. There's nothing in there that is cause for any kind of interruption. So I'm hoping I'm going to be able to read it through. Councillors, in the ordinary course of events on council, after a briefing or workshops by council, there will be a report to council with a recommendation. I don't think this has not happened, and I don't think there should be an exception in this case. As it appears we've concluded the series of workshops, I think we were all expecting a report to council in the agenda, in the normal way of things. We haven't got that. I had assumed that was going to come in December, and in my opinion, for that reason, Councillor McCullough's motion is premature and is not needed. We've participated, I think, in 3 workshops. We've spent in total about 2 days on this, which is a lot of time, and it was the right thing to do. It was the right thing for this council to spend time, a serious amount of time, on this important subject. Councillors, in these workshops, we've finally followed good business practice in looking at how to make a decision. It's the process documented in a book I brought with me tonight, which I've used before in council. It's the Harvard Business Review Guide to Building Your Business Case. So councillors, we all heard, I hope, of Harvard Business School. So this is a publication from Harvard Business School. It's one of the most authoritative business schools in the world. So my speech, as I've done this once before, comes out of here. And I've given Councillor McCullough a copy with annotations on it. So if you want to get it out, Councillor, you can follow along. So in chapter 5, it says, clarify the need. So on page 29, agree on what the solution should accomplish. Now, you may remember that in the workshops, we spent time with our facilitator defining the criteria for success. In summary, we were seeking a balance between retaining public open space for the community and commercial viability. So we had a whole lot more criteria than that, but that's really what it boiled down to. Chapter 6 in the book says, build a cross-functional team. And we had help from a business case expert, our planning team, the commercialisation team, with councillors acting as stakeholders and experts in the community. So we did what they told us to do in chapter 6. Chapter 7, it says, consider alternatives. And we looked at several alternative designs and tried to narrow down the possibilities by applying the criteria. So if you remember, we were given, I produced a spreadsheet to do it, and it was almost exactly the same as the consultant spreadsheet. There were a series of sheets, and we all had to enter our pros and cons. That's exactly what happens in business, and that's exactly what it says in this Harvard Business Review guide. And then in chapter 9, it says, estimate the costs and benefits. So the staff costed up each option for us. What would the sales of land be? What would we gain in rates income? What are the costs of the public open space? So it was all in there in the documentation that was developed. And then in chapter 10, it talks about return on investment. But unfortunately, councillors, we haven't got this far. We don't have the report. We know that the underpinning financial information was developed for us in that in those workshops. It's not this information, councillors. This is history. We're looking to the future. So what we haven't got is this: we don't have the report. So we don't have, for instance, the net present value, which is the time value of money. So one of the measures is payback period.
You have 1 minute left, thank you.
It's quite an important subject, this, Mr. Mayor, so I'm going kind of slowly. I'm about 2/3 of the way through it.
I'll keep going.
Thank you. Please, I'd like to finish it. It's a fixed length speech. So a payback period, but that was estimated. Now, you remember Councillor Congerton thought that the whole of rates was a benefit, but it's only the fraction of the $7 million in rates that is in proportion to the city's net operating profit, and that's about 1%. So the benefit of the project in rates terms was $70,000 a year. So the payback period was very lengthy. I think we calculated hundreds of years. We don't have a city agenda report, so we don't have
Point of order,
net
Mr.
present
Mayor.
value calculation.
That's a factually incorrect statement. It was not calculated hundreds of years.
It was.
you.
Well, I calculated it. Like,
Councillor,
you had a
that's
different
You might have
fundamentally incorrect,
calculated,
councillor,
Councillor
and you know
Johnson,
I'm
but I
right.
think hundreds of years is correct. So you can just keep to your.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. We don't have the previous one, the previous report, previous NPV report produced by the WA Treasury Corporation showed a net present value of about minus $40 million. In the HBR document on page 71, if you're following on there, it says if the net present value is negative, the project is not a good one. It will drain cash from the business and you shouldn't even bring it to the table. Evidence here. History, 9 years of history. We've got that much to go.
Point of order on that, Mr. Mayor.
What's your point of order,
He's
Councillor?
talking about commercial transactions in Harvard as opposed to a long-term transaction at the city.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Johnson, you've had well over 5 minutes. Can you please start summing up?
Okay, look, Mr. Mayor, I've got this much to go. It's an
Well,
important
keep going.
subject. If councillors look at the Midland Oval Precinct financial reports, you can see that Mr. Ron Backer prepared them and agreed there is $70 million capital employed. And if you take a look there on page 9, you can see the amount of money that we've actually made. It's not a lot, and that's probably why we're not publishing this report tonight. On page 75 of the Harvard Business Case book, it says if your net present value is negative, you need to reevaluate the business case you're trying to make. So we're not finished yet. Councillors, if you really want to get the outcome of the business case process, which is an internationally well accepted process, we've been following it. You would not make your decision now. You would wait for the final report, including the financials and all the different options. You need to be looking at different options. We owe it to our ratepayers to make a financially prudent decision with all the facts. To cut short the business case process now before the financial report will raise questions about why this was done, particularly after we didn't publish this information. Remember, councillors, we have a fiduciary duty to our ratepayers. Councillors, if we're not publishing this and we're not following the business case process, if councillors vote for this motion tonight, they might end up paying for the more out of their own pockets. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Any other speakers for or against the motion? Then before I ask Councillor McCulloch to have her right of reply, I'd like to enter the debate. I'll pass the chair to the Deputy Chairman. Thank you very much. Councillors, this has been a very difficult situation, and it has been going on for a number of years. And to sum up what the facilitator said, he says that we're at a standstill and he can't see us moving forward with this current council. And that's disappointing. What's just as disappointing to me is that 4 councillors didn't even bother to submit or complete their MORM matrix. Maybe it would have had a different result, but Councillor Congdon read those results out, and the current MORM ended up on 39 votes. To the next best one, I think it was one of Councillor Catalano's with 28 votes, and the other 4, possibly 5, ended on 14 votes. Councillors, this is about, and I take Councillor Johnson's point about financials, but if we purely looked at financial issues, we would never operate a pool, a library, have a sporting oval, have any community facilities, because they don't make money. But what they do is bring our community together. I think Councillor Richardson said no one wants to live in apartment blocks. Well, the first apartment block built is maximised to capacity. We've got other applicants and developers who have come to the city wanting to buy land. One was declined, and there's another one laying on the table. So the market is leading the process. We do have developers keen to come and invest in Midland. And perhaps I was at a different part of the ceremony the other day, and I went both Saturday and on Monday night, because I heard positive comments about Weir Park, even from the mayor of Gosnells and the 3 Indigenous ladies who came over. They were marvelled by the open space and the infrastructure around that small venue. And I say it's small because there was, I estimate, somewhere between 2,500 to 3,000 people on it. What a great event space. there were children playing unsupervised in the
Point of
park.
order, Mr Mayor.
Which,
That I did not refer to it not being a great event, nor was it, I said there was a lack of space, and it was seen overhead from the drone photo that was shown that there wasn't enough space to sit down or for children to run around on that green space where all the adults were.
No point of order. The Mayor's not contradicting your comments.
I saw lots of children running around unsupervised coming up, and I handed half a dozen of them Halloween chocolates and lollies. I didn't see their parents, but I did ask them if they were allergic to nuts, because some of the lollies I had nuts in them. But that's a bit of a sidetrack. As I said, we heard about the circus. No, perhaps that space isn't big enough for the circus anymore, and you can't play sport on it. But we've created $250 or $300 million of dedicated sporting events in the near vicinity. Because if councillors can remember back 30 years, we haven't played sport on that oval for almost 30 years. There's conflict as to when you could train between the football, the cricket, the soccer, the hockey. So we went and created each club, including the tennis and the bowls, their own purpose-built facility, so they didn't have that conflict. So I don't see Midland Oval as being an oval for recreational sport going into the future. Yes, there used to be an old bitumen velodrome. We've now got a multi-million-dollar state velodrome where they've had world championships at 2 for at least juniors, I know, and we had the winner of the Tour, that's the one, which I couldn't get to. So it's a very well used precinct for sport. Is it in the heart of Midland? No, we had to move it out to make room for all those sporting clubs so they didn't fight about that one space. I think we need to move forward. I've got no issues in supporting Councillor McCulloch's motion. And as I say, I reiterate, I was disappointed in the outcome a little bit of the workshops. There was no, and as the facilitator said, there seems to be 2 camps. They're not getting closer together, and it's only going to have a financial adverse impact.
Have you got much more?
I've got 15 seconds.
Thank you.
So he says, sadly, the issues are going to prevent us from maximising those opportunities going into the future. I'm happy to support Councillor McCulloch's motion, and I encourage you to do so, because in 2 years' time, if we don't get moving, we'll be in the same situation. Thank you. Councillor McCulloch, you're right to reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Lucas. Councillors, I'll just respond briefly to some of the debate that we've heard tonight. Councillor Bowman, common ground, it's not always possible in council. It happens in every local government. We can't always agree, but we agree to disagree. Percentage of responses were high in comparison to all other surveys in the community, so there was a good response. We've been suggesting ideas to move forward for years. Workshops did produce an outcome. I don't believe option 5 was popular, so it was what it was. We always have both sides. There's not always a middle ground, and this is where we find ourselves, and this is where we need to look at things with open eyes and relook at what we're seeing. These options have been considered extensively throughout the project. Debt, we're talking about debt, but those rates in perpetuity, WA Treasury said probably within 15 years, we'll be getting a really good return, and that's going to benefit our community. Councillor Richardson, yes, councillors are responsible for leadership and vision. The Demol apartments were leased within 6 months. Circus moved to Ellenbrook because of population density. There wasn't a lack of space. Events, there are plenty of room. I attended those events, approximately 2,000 people, further room. And guess what? There's more space to come in the development with the piazza and residential park and other aspects. Workshops did produce a result. Councillor Congerton spoke to that. Some are still not happy with the workshops. If it's not the desired outcome we want, we're still not happy, and that's why we are where we are. The apartment complexes bring the density that we need. That's what we need. That's what this development incorporates. Businesses aren't open because the population doesn't and can't support it. New Junction brings population density, $43 million in public open space and infrastructure. Councillor Catalano, yes, we will be proud of the legacy, but it's also about good governance. Workshops didn't define a number of meetings. The results were comprehensive based on councillor feedback. They were considered and reported on in detail by our facilitator. Amenities are being provided. I don't quite believe that statement is true. We are seeing amenities provided. The train station is still in walking distance. I love that idea of European ambience, and that's what that piazza provides. The Romans and the Greeks didn't get it wrong for thousands of years. We have very little population in Midland, and that's why there's a state imperative to densify. What you're saying is actually a lot of what the MOM delivers. Councillor Johnson, the workshop did not detail a comprehensive process scheduling a motion to council. My motion is not premature. It comes at a time where we have the results of the workshop. Business case is done and dusted, and I do thank you for this book, and I will have a look at it and read it. My motion isn't premature. I've said that. The business case is done and dusted. We are now at the implementation stage. We are at the implementation stage. Council endorsed the Mort business plan, WAPC financial modelling, and put to council for approval. Council put to community, who supported it, and council approved it in April of 2018. That return on investment was presented against the options. The MORM was rated higher than the others, so it is still the best option. We're following the business case process. We've approved the MORM in its current form. Let's get on with it. Let's move on, carry on, MORM on.
Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. I'm now going to put the motion. Those in favour? I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor McCulloch. I make that 8. The motion is passed. Those against were Councillor Bowman, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Knight and Councillor Richardson, which is 6.
Lose, councillors.
Thank
lose,
you.
lose.
Thank you.
Very disappointing.
Thank you very much.
Make you proud.
Council, I'll ask you to leave the gallery. Councillors, I need a resolution to adjourn this meeting to resume next Wednesday, the 9th of November at 6 p.m. Move Councillor Parry.
I've indicated through the staff, I'm going to take the item that's lying on the table off the table.
There's no advice of that.
I've given the staff advice of that.
Thank you, councillors. I've got a mover in Councillor Parry. I'll call for a seconder. Councillor Zanino, is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it?
Why not? Mr. Mayor, put it to a vote, please.
Well, I would like to debate it, Mr. Mayor.
If I do put it to a vote, I need 75% Councillor Parry. So I've been asked to put the item to a vote. Those in favour?
What are we voting for?
To come back next Wednesday night at 6 p.m. rather than debate it.
Put the motion, I'll ask the councillors to move on. Move the single motion to get out of the debate for now. So I just have to go to work.
I've received a motion from Councillor Parry, seconded by Councillor Zanino, that the motion be put. That the motion to adjourn the meeting be put, and I need 75%. So those councillors in favour. Of Councillor Jones, Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch. I don't know which way you're voting. 8, well, that's not 75%. So it's your motion. It's your motion, Councillor Parry. Do you wish to debate it?
Mr. Mayor, it's the opposers who decide whether to debate or not. So yes, we do.
Well, so he doesn't have to say. Councillor Zanino as the seconder. You wish to debate the item?
No.
Okay. Councillor Johnson, you indicated you want to speak against.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Mayor. Look, councillors, we've only got one item on the agenda. It's an EOI. There's no reason why it couldn't be done in December. So we've heard on several occasions that we need to have more briefing time. So by moving the meeting into next Wednesday's briefing time, we're reducing the amount of briefing time we've got. So I would suggest the better thing to do is, as Councillor Bowman suggested, we hold over, is it C3.1 until December. So that would be my recommendation. That's why I'm opposed to this adjournment to adjourn until next Wednesday, because I don't think it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Councillor McCulloch.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we'll be here next Wednesday night. It's a short adjournment of a meeting for an important item. I think that we could find it in ourselves and have that capacity to consider that then.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Can councillors resume their seats, please?
Yes, thank you. Councillor Henderson, if you're going to be in the chamber, I'll ask you to resume your seat.
Well, I am in the chamber and under stress.
Well, I'll ask if you can resume your seat until we decide this matter. Thank you. Okay, speaker against the motion. Speaker for the motion. Any other speakers for or against? Do you wish to exercise the right of reply, Councillor Parry?
I won't say anything about working full time and everything else. I think I pretty much know my position. Thank you, and especially Councillor Bowman.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion that we adjourn the meeting to next Wednesday night, the 9th of November at 6 p.m. Those in favour? Of Councillor Jones, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch, which is 7. Those against, I have Councillor Bowman, Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano and Councillor Knight, which is 6. The motion is carried 6-7 because Councillor Richardson has left the chamber. So we'll resume next Wednesday, 6 p.m. Thank you, councillors.